Live streaming isn't available right now. Try again. Try again.
You have to wait till it syncs up.
I am. I'm watching it.
And you hit refresh.
I'm waiting for it to cycle through.
We're live. It's on. No intro.
Cheers. Hello, everybody.
Cheers. Hello, everybody.
Is there an echo in here?
No doubt. No, I'm trying to. Wow.
Juggle 15 things all at once. Hey, this is par for the course. How are we doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
We're doing all right. How's everybody in live chat on this Wednesday, the 21st now, are we? Yeah, this month is cruising by. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Surviving. And of course, surviving. I guess that's what we want to call this episode today, perhaps. Get on over to the multiple platforms in which we are on. Our time is probably short, so I would highly encourage.
Oh, I was just going to say, let me just say this really, really quickly and then leave it at that. If you're going to send me a threatening message on Twitter, don't have the guts to come into my chat room dropping your links. That's all I'm going to say. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, retardedness.
I'm just telling you, I'm country. I will break out that redneck, and I'm going to try and keep my mouth shut, but don't you dare.
Yeah, we got a lot to get to today, folks. It's hump day. Glad you can join us. We got the lineup and that you're accustomed to here. We're going to kick things off, get through all the intel and that is dropped here behind the scenes. I'll probably just read those out. Probably won't share. However, Aside from that, we got DD coming up behind us. I'll probably bounce through, hit another show. I got a couple things on my mind I want to talk about here and make you think a little bit. Only a couple, 2, 3 articles, and spend the hour on that. And then right back after that, we'll have Season Pixels and 412 with another edition of the New Guard to round things out here today. That being said, out in chat, glad to have our wrenches out there. We've got Dutch, Vernon Peterson. We've got, Super Tad, our super fan, Super Tad out there. Hopefully you got your Bertha, or what did we affectionately name it? I already forgot. Your
Are you
latest.
serious? It's called the Hoss. Y'all
Oh,
named
the
it the
Hoss.
Hoss.
Yeah, the Hoss. We got the Hoss coming in here today. Hopefully you received that. Lynn Jones, appreciate the donation, £10 from across the pond. Appreciate all of our various patriots from across the waters. Glad to have you guys aboard. And of course, we've got our super fans lit up in green with the Punisher skulls out there. We got an on Mojo, Lynn Jones as well. See if we get any more McFluff, I guess. Harmithus. There we go. Got a couple of you guys bouncing through here. Glad to have you aboard for however long that will last. And until then, like I said, get over to DLive, get over to Twitch, get over to Periscope. We're on these platforms for a reason. Thank God that we are. For those that also follow us over on We the People Insider, we've been doing some pretty interesting things and discussing what needs to be discussed and what we're calling an after party over there. Bye-bye, YouTube. Shut that part of the link off, and we continue on the broadcast over on those platforms. And we have picked up a hell of a lot of followers and subscribers, and I would expect each and every one of you to do the same when we get to that point. So be ready, folks. Could come at any time.
That's hopefully the plan, is that this other stuff we want to cover, we can toggle off here and then go over there. People seem to really like DLive. I have it pulled up right now. I'll try to pop out the chat, but this is kind of what it looks like. Am I showing? Nope. Yep. This is what I'm showing. Oh, why is it showing that? That's weird. Hang on. Let me pick the right one. Sorry, guys. This is the right one. Yeah. Now, this is DLive. So you can go down here and you can hit this little emoji right here. This is what everybody likes doing. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I love doing it too. And you hit your stickers. Then here's all my stickers. I love this one. It's from Big Brother. If you've ever seen her, she spits out coffee when she hears something funny. But I have several of them. I have my Trump ones, that his deal with it one. Let's see. There, is that you breaking under the WTPI one?
That is correct. Yeah, so as not to confuse everybody over there, I'll be flying under the WTPI 1776 banner over on DLive. Get over there. You can find all sorts of the cool animated
Oh, look at everybody
GIFs,
following.
emojis. There
That's
you go.
cool. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Vernon, for sticking it out there. But if you go down there and you play, then if you want to donate over here, it's like this. You can like do a lemon or an ice cream or a diamond or a ninja genie. They're basically, I've not pulled on our DLive. I've kept that as like our pocket, but they're very, very cheap. The lemons are, and I keep that as if we have a bad month for the guys here, I can pull on this. But like the lemons are like, see, like 88 lemons are like $1.53. So 88 lemons are $1.53. So basically this diamond is 100. So it's like what, a little less than $2, I think, for the diamond, something like that. And so, but it's cool. And unless, I'll give you another hint. If somebody drops an emoji, I think I've hit my limit. But if somebody say drops like the American flag or something, look at the dancing one. I love that one. You can steal them, and people don't mind. You click on it with your mouse like this, and then you can go to add to your favorite library. And if you do the add to your favorite library, let me see if I got enough room for it. Yeah, okay. So see, it said successfully saved. Then if you go in here and go to your stickers, see, I have that right here. Now I can post it. So that's how you get the cool stickers over there. You basically watch some people that are really cool and have some pretty cool ones, and you can take them. And then use them.
Here's a challenge. Here's a challenge I want to issue to you guys here today. All right, so far we're sitting here probably about, what do we got? Maybe about
171.
170 on the YouTube side
And we got
currently.
47 in D Live.
We got 47 in D Live. We're looking at about 662 now followers. I want to see that number get up to 1,000 by day's end here today. By the time we get through 4 hours of broadcasting here, by the time Season Pixels and 412 get done, I want to see that number
Oh,
up over
thanks.
1,000. Let's see if we can get there today, folks. Spread the message, get it out there, spread the links out. You guys know what to do. Like I said, yesterday over on We the People Insider, we probably had about 3,000 folks by the time we shut off the stream on one side and picked up the party on the other side. And it was a grand old time. It just makes you wonder how much suppression we're technically under on these platforms. So let's see if we can get there. Let's keep mods if you can. Go ahead and put the links out there
Oh,
throughout the next couple, 2-3 hours here. Let's make a go of it. I'd like to see us get up over 1,000 here on the 5x5 channel on D Live here today. Let's make it happen.
you
All
see
right.
do you see, okay, so just so look at all the followers. You see the little diamond? The diamond will pull it and then it'll kind of make them both disappear. And the lemons and the ice cream, see, they just kind of put that like that right there, the little lemon that you've been donated. And then these are all the followers we picked up from before. Like, y'all have really been stepping up. I wanted to at least get us to 500. We were pretty close to it the other day. And whoever you are, DSS Soup Sandwich, thank you. They're dropping all these diamonds. But it is, and then another cool thing, by the way, and Puppy Cat and all them will tell you that she usually was over there. And oh, there's Biker Granny. We had some a couple people that always hung out in D Live with us. Biker Granny was one. Holmes another, Puppy Cat was another one. But I can open up that treasure chest, and I always ask these guys before I did it. You open up this treasure chest, and what it does is right now there's 246 lemons in there, and you open it up and it releases it to the people in chat. So it's kind of like a thank you to them for what they've done. And this builds by the amount of donations you receive in here. It'll keep adding to this treasure chest. And so whenever the guys in here are ready, I'll open this chest up and release it. I would like to get it maybe like to 1,000, so it kind of really counts and you can feel the kickback from it. But I'll leave that up to you guys. I really do. It's like if people like release the Kraken, I'll release the Kraken. I don't mind.
Well,
I don't mind at all.
let's get after it here before things get too far run away here on our good friend
Oh,
behind the scenes here. I'm not gonna blow
oh,
this up
please,
there.
somebody follow. Please, can I get one more follower? I really don't want that number. Oh my God. Oh no. One more follow. If I gotta follow it, I can't follow my own channel. Look at that. Oh no. No, I do not want that number. Okay.
Okay, are you done now so we can continue?
Yes, I can't
All
stand
right.
that though. I won't even say that number.
So
Yay, please tell me that. Please tell me that.
just before broadcast today, we've been getting some posts behind the scenes. Like I said, I'm not going to bring all the images and whatnot up, with the exception of the last couple where we've got some articles in that, and I will go ahead and bring those up. But the first post of the day, we had the link to an image we're well familiar with the three posters net behind the scenes, numbers 4, 5, and 6, now playing Guardians of the Pedophiles, Panic in DC, and Fizagate. Says all three movies playing simultaneously. Do you find it interesting that everything discussed in the past is somehow making news as of late? Why do you suppose that is, folks? Who's winning this battle? The further they try to suppress, the more powerful we become in going around and through them. Next post calls us back to a post dating all the way back to September 29th, 2018, talking about Twitter and big tech. Says Twitter has been given the green light to blanket censor all content deemed to threaten their survival. Election. Google, Facebook will follow. Expect comms, blackout attempt, POTUS, Twitter, rogue employee excuse. Welcome to the police state. They know if they lose, it's over. The time to fight is now. Good versus evil. Humanity is at stake. Drop the meme. Silent majority, no more. Be loud. You have a voice. Are you registered? Vote them all out. Prepare. Red October, we stand together. And that was, again, dating all the way back to September 29th, 2018. And we get the next post that came through, also a callback, talking about Joe Biden as part of the corrupt DC swamp. Talking about the example, Joe Biden, VP of the United States, follow the family, corruption in DC, how to get rich. Are liberals willfully blind, or dot 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 dot. A link to a Washington Examiner article says 15B contract in Iraq for Biden's little brother exposes Obama ahead of debate. Biden's brother, a $1.5 billion contract in Iraq, and the New York Post link dating back to May 11th of 2019. The troubling reason why Biden is so soft on China. Biden's son, $1.5 billion deal with China. Coincidence? Drain the swamp. And the very next post, yet another callback to Q Post 3397, says you didn't think we highlighted Epstein for no reason, did you? Those who were once protected are no longer. Timing is everything. Hunters become prey, dating all the way back to January 28th of this year. Then, of course, you guys, I'm sure, have probably seen the Great Awakening poster many a times. Here again, calling back to that, sometimes you can't tell the people the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against children unite all humanity across party lines. Difficult truths. And we've heard that many a time before. And then the very next post is the old famous now Democrat Party, the building about to fall over, and it's got the posts holding it up, which is CNN, MSNBC, CBS, NBC. And all we need is to break a couple of those legs out, and it's over for them. 4910 came through referring to an anon, says, so many people refuse to admit the evils in the world. They're going to need to see a lot more. Freedom of information, truth equals end. And that's exactly what they're trying to prevent from breaking through. Obviously, we've seen the likes of Twitter here as of late blocking URLs from the New York Post. We've seen it on other sites. We've seen them take down John Solomon after reports and that come out. And it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. The next post, highlighting a picture of a bed in what was presumably the temple down on Epstein Island. And ABC News told us it was just a gym inside of the temple. Well, unless gyms have scaffolding and beds, that is quite the gym, right? And of course, the next post, we get a link to Kid Love Productions, of course, highlighting none other than Mahar. And of course, I think you guys recall that particular post. The next one comes through talking about Patton Oswalt went on a hunt and caught this tasty morsel. Booyah. Comet ping pong? Huh. That's interesting. And of course, we've seen pictures of none other than Anderson Cooper and his mother sitting on the bed with the plaid backdrop and that behind him, highlighting human sacrifice, all connected, right? Next post comes through. It says a deep, dark world is being exposed. The truth won't be for everyone. Have faith in humanity. And the last couple that have come through do have a couple links I'll bring up. I'll just read the rest of the post. As inappropriate, sick to you, normal to them, dark secrets. And underage family member, FBI can no longer attempt to shelter, protect the Bidens. Public awareness kills all protections. And so that being said, let's jump over to the article real quick. Let's
Hey,
see.
before you do that, did you say thank you to the first super chat we got at the very beginning, Lynn Jones? Okay, I couldn't remember. I was too busy over trying to play in D Live and stuff, and then read the chat. I do have a few things to get to, so you let me know when you want me to. By the way, thank you for all the followings. Thank you, Esther. I know where you are. I drug you out of chat in 412's channel where you barely ever went to the chat room. You got me over that evil sick number I don't like. So thank you for doing that. You carried us over the threshold. Okay, go ahead.
Right now we're sitting about 671. Let's keep pushing that number up. Joe Biden kisses granddaughter on lips during Iowa rally. This is the article linked to. And yeah, that's perfectly normal, right? I mean, we all do that to our own kids and grandkids, right? And on a national stage. Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden gave his 19-year-old granddaughter a kiss on the lips during a campaign rally in Iowa on Sunday, prompting some grossed out responses on social media. And this article dates back to February of this year. I was going to say I didn't remember this being recent. But the former Veep entered the event at Clark University in Dubuque, holding the hand of Finnegan Biden, the daughter of his son, Hunter. I would like to introduce you to my granddaughter, Finnegan Biden. The reason I asked Finnegan, grandfathers are always allowed to embarrass their granddaughters. That goes along with the territory, said Biden, 77, his hand over her shoulder. Her other grandma graduated from Clark College in the mid-60s and talks about it all the time. Bottom line, this isn't the first time we've seen this. There are cut-ups, there are compilations all across the webosphere of his shenanigans under 44 in the Oval Office. Touching, sniffing, doing inappropriate things over the years. So this is not the first time we have seen this. And of course, the next post also highlighted the Chanel Ryan over at One American News says update multiple at OANN reporters have now viewed the emails, photos, and videos on the hashtag Hunter Biden hard drive. We can confirm there appear to be not one, but several images of a minor that justify immediate attention. We have reason to believe the minor is a U.S. citizen. And we'll just leave it at that. I don't know if Soko, you caught it yesterday, but late, I think Giuliani had made a trip over to the Delaware PD with one of the hard drives in hand. And I think the just the news report out of John Solomon last night said that it was indeed of a 14-year-old girl potentially, and that this is very, very troubling.
Well, I have okay, I'll show you quickly, and I think it's just first. I'm gonna start out with something funny because you guys know how I am. If we ain't laughing, we're crying, and I won't laugh. We watch enough depressing stuff. This is the first thing I robbed off Twitter. 50 Cent says, "I don't want to be 20 Cent." Under Biden's plan. Sorry, thought that was hilarious. Then this says New York Post Hunter Biden laptop story top social media despite Twitter censorship. So I mean, this seems to be the pandemic going on. It says despite Twitter's best efforts, it's slowing the spread of New York Post story, alleging evidence of good grief. I got my phone, won't shut up. Evidence of international influence peddling with the Biden family. The story blanketed social media, becoming the lead political story last week, according to Wednesday's report from Axios. Facebook and Twitter's frantic attempts to stop the spread of the New York Post Hunter Biden story didn't prevent the article from becoming the top story about the election on those platforms last week, according to data from Newswhip. The numbers are significant. Newswhip found that the New York Post story generated 2.59 million interactions, like comments and shares on Facebook and Twitter last week, more than double the next biggest story about Trump or Biden, even though for part of the time Twitter actively prevented users from sharing the URL of the Post story on the theory that it's violated their policy against hacked materials. It's not a laptop that was left at a repair shop after the 90 days. It was now turned over to the repairman. It was his possession because it was the contract that he signed. This is hacked material. Okay. Anyway, that's how they're going to spin it, folks. The Post official Twitter feed was also suspended on Wednesday of last week and remains out of commission. So now they've took down their Twitter feed. Despite that, the response to the story was significant. Per Axios, 5 of the biggest stories were about the Hunter Biden story, the fallout, or how Facebook and Twitter reacted. So if they're trying to hide it, I'm going to think it's a pretty big story. It was the 6th most engaged article this month, trailing pieces like Trump testing positive for COVID and Eddie Van Halen's death. Eddie Van Halen died? Oh, man. Okay, 83% of the interactions happening on Facebook, with the other 17% on Twitter. 7, there's that number. The censorship campaign, the outlet notes, became a story in itself, the second biggest story of last week, narrowly trailing the Hunter Biden laptop revelations. Behind the Biden story itself, Facebook and Twitter's response to the report was the second biggest topic last week. So no matter how much they're trying to suppress it, people are going to find the information. Axios said based on the Newswhip data, the backlash largely came from the right, which was accused the tech platforms of meddling in the election due to inappropriate censorship. Is that a lie? Is that something that you want to YouTube call a conspiracy theory? Because they took down New York Post Twitter feed? They wouldn't let anybody share the URL? Is that tin whole fat hat wearing stuff to you, or did it happen? In addition, Twitter's decision to censor the Post story resulted in an official complaint to the FEC from the Republican National Committee alleging that the decision to block the Post story amounted to an in-kind donation to Joe Biden's presidential campaign and triggered congressional action. Well, it's about time somebody acted because I'm tired of the talking. The Senate Judiciary and Commerce committees both expressed interest in hearing from the Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey and Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg. I'll tell you something I got about that later on whether the respective social media platforms viewed themselves as publishers. So there's that. Then I pulled this up. Secret Service travel logs match details in alleged Hunter Biden's emails. The Secret Service logs obtained earlier this year by Senate investigators include dates and locations matching those discussed in the emails allegedly belonging to Hunter Biden, the son of Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden. The alignment of the dates and the emails in the Secret Service protective detail logs is significant because the authenticity of the emails, first published by the New York Post last week, is the subject of heated debate. The FBI, which purportedly obtained Hunter Biden's laptop in December of last year, this is important, obtained Hunter Biden's laptop in December of last year. We're hearing about it now. We're hearing about it now. Yet not fully officially confirmed that it is in possession of the device and whether the emails are genuine. Are you kidding me? They've had it since December. They're reporting about it being in December, but they can't confirm they have it. Freaking Rudy Giuliani is going around and showing it on freaking Steven Crowder. I think he has it. One alleged email written after midnight on April the 13th of 2014, Hunter Biden wrote to Devin Archer, his business partner, that he will be traveling to Houston the next day. Secret Service logs obtained by the Senate Committee on Homeland Security shows a trip by Biden on April 13th, 14th. So, hey, hello, this is, can we stop? Then another alleged email, help me with this breaking, you know I'm not going to do good. Vadim a top executive from, I did well, right? That was good. A top executive from Ukrainian gas firm Burisma wrote to Biden and Archer on May 12, 2014, following our talks during the visit to the Como Lake and other further discussions. I would like to bring the following situation to your attention. While the email doesn't cite a date for the trip, Secret Service logs include a travel entry for Biden, blah, blah, blah. Basically, folks, I'm not going to bore you. It's his. Report. Explicit photos of a minor in Hunter Biden's alleged laptops were of a relative. So, all right, that's the headline. You're thinking, okay, maybe I had a cousin, a niece, whatever. Everybody's having a panic attack over this 14-year-old. Let me read further for you people. Rudy Giuliani says that the 14-year-old girl on Hunter's computer was a relative of his and that he appears nude in some of them. What are you doing hanging out with your 14-year-old cousin, niece, second cousin, twice removed, naked? Rudy turned over the evidence to the Delaware State Police. Now we find the police did nothing with them and turned it over to the FBI, who's been hiding this all along. Oh, the FBI hid something? No, like the 302s maybe? Oh, will they bury it yet again? I mean, if history repeats itself. This is child P word I can't say for some reason on this platform because you think we would want to squish these people out, but I don't know, YouTube protects them. And if we find there is a sexual content between them, it is also incest. Stop giving the South a bad name. It ain't us. It's you creepy people. But I trust Christopher Wray. But as far as I can throw him, you definitely won't hear anything about this before election. And if Biden wins, you'll never hear of it again. It will be buried alongside Jimmy Hoffa. Rudy read a text Hunter sent during one of these sessions. You may read the text. You want to read the text, Brecken? You got a better reedy voice.
The Rudy Giuliani stuff there?
Mm-hmm.
Rudy Giuliani.
Rudy read a text. There.
Well, here is a very, very sensitive one. It's a text message to his father in which he says the following. And he's discussing his sister-in-law, who for quite some time was his lover. And he says, she told my therapist I was sexually inappropriate. This would be with an unnamed 14-year-old girl when she says I FaceTime naked with the unnamed 14-year-old girl. And the reason she can't have her out to see me is because I walk around naked, smoking crack, talking Tom girls. on FaceTime. When she was pressed, she said the unnamed 14-year-old girl never said anything like that, but the bottom line is that I created and caused a very unsafe environment for the kids. Gee, you think? What, do you take a playbook right out of Anthony Weiner's playbook there?
I know.
Idiot.
No. Listen, environment safe for kids. It's like child. Okay, I don't care. I'm going off on my spiel here. If you know anything about all the time I've spent on air, the thing that bothers me the most is you got the child protection services that are supposed to be protecting children that are taking kids away from perfectly good parents and sticking them with a bunch of creepos. Okay, Germany, 30,000 kids. America, how many we have missing every year? 400,000. Where are the milk cartons about them? A laptop goes missing, and all of a sudden we got 12 FBI agents scattering the earth looking for this sucker, but we got 400,000 kids missing and nobody gives a shit. We got a problem in this country. Just leave our kids alone. If that doesn't rally the left, the right, the middle, the top, the bottom, and who everybody in between, then grow apart. I don't know what to tell you, but leave the freaking kids alone. But these people are sick to fence. Okay, moving on. Well, I mean, you get the gist. It's there, folks. It's there, and we have it. And so far, it's 3 hard drives. And now I'm hearing they found another flipping laptop. Now that's on to the next one. Yes, the women are drugging folks in Chicago, but I can pause there if you want to go somewhere else.
Well, kind of along those lines. And this just came up in the last 24 or 48 hours. This disturbing little tale. CNN Stelter claims Tubin Zoom wank was an accident. Because, everybody just pulls it out in the middle of a meeting, I guess. Summit News out of Steve Watson over there says, clown Brian Stelter was ridiculed Wednesday after he claimed that analyst Jeffrey Toobin's decision to rub one out before properly finishing a Zoom call with his now former New Yorker colleagues was merely an accident. Who on earth finishes a professional Zoom call and then, within seconds and barely moving from their desk within full view of the camera, decides, time for a wank, I think. Journalists are just weird, man. Yeah. Anyway, the article goes on to say this. Stelter tweeted that Jeffrey Toobin has been sidelined at a pivotal moment in the run-up to the presidential election. The reason? He exposed himself during a Zoom call with New Yorker colleagues in what he says was an accident. Yeah, it just made an appearance, I guess. Fell out. Toobin has been sidelined at a pivotal moment. That was out of Stelter, of course. Idiot. Twitter wasn't going to let this one go. I've never accidentally masturbated to any situation. I guess that goes for 99.99% of people. What was accidental about it? That he was caught? One respondent noted. And of course, it gets better from there. Another wrote, I believed I was not visible on Zoom, as a lot like I didn't know there were cameras in the room where I exposed myself to the victim. He was in a Zoom meeting with women on company time and couldn't keep it in his pants? This is not just some embarrassing workplace mix-up. Exactly. Continues on. Says another noted Tubin was in a work situation. His behavior was completely inappropriate and borders on predatory. He needs to be more than sidelined. He should be fired. Well, that's right. I mean, look at it this way, folks. Today we got kids going online and they're having on-room classrooms. And supposedly the teachers somehow must have authority where it wasn't called for to call out what the kids have in their respective backgrounds and call the authorities on them and get admonished for it and authorities called on them and everything else, right? So why in the world, in this particular case, should this not be seen as a case of sexual misconduct in the workplace? I mean, what's good for the goose should also be good for the gander, right? Others were more to the point. Round says, oops, I accidentally masturbated, said no one ever. I also pawned my junk on Zoom calls with my coworkers because of checks, notes, stress, says literally no one. T-minus 13, masturbation is generally not an accident when done by fully functioning adult males who are participating in virtual live video conferences. Mary D says this is a lie, and Vice updated hours ago that he was masturbating during the Zoom call. People at work do not have to be forced to watch a colleague masturbate unless it's in their job description. Well, I would hope not. Hightower, you can also refrain from pulling out your goober while on a Zoom call, but what do I know? I'm only experienced at one of these things, and it's safe to assume Zoom ain't it. A suburban says it was most certainly an accident that his colleague saw him choking the chicken, but it was definitely not an accident that he was spanking it during a work conference call. Anyway, Tubin apologized on Monday, saying he had made an embarrassingly stupid mistake, was suspended from the New Yorker after the incident, but may not be fired from the Clown News, according to the network. The insider told Fox News on Tuesday that Tubin, he is one of the biggest faces on the network, adding that he is too valuable for a commodity and good on TV. Ridiculousness. So, this is the state of affairs we find ourselves in today, folks. What is upside down is right side up. What is dark is now light. Everything exactly opposite in Bizarro world.
Yeah, I know. And by the way, if you're wondering out there in the chat, and guys, listen to me. I hate doing this. I've started this channel about free speech and letting everybody have debates, and I want y'all to still have debate. But seriously, and I don't even care if you use all caps and let a cuss word fly from every once in a while. But yesterday we had something happen in our chat room I have never seen before, and it was one of our one here. I'm just going to show you. I don't even care. Here you go. One of our comments were removed in our chat room. It says message deleted by Google moderator team. So that doesn't tell you that Google is watching our chat room. I don't know what to tell you. So that's why you'll see the mods be a little bit heavier handed. Like some of them, like look, Culver that says good evening from Cyprus. That there's nothing wrong with that comment, but it was hit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I heard Lumen Homan was weighing. Oh well, see now that one might be like if it's even questionable, they will right now. And guys, we're trying to avoid sniper fire, and you all have seen what has happened. So I'm just saying right now, I appreciate everybody trying to weather the storm with us because we're just trying to survive, guys. We are trying to survive, and there's not many of us left.
Well, let's continue on. There's some other news to get to here. Narratives get busted as Trump is now closer in the polling averages than 2016. This out of Red State here today. Of course, for anybody following anything along the lines of Mockingbird Media, they would have you believe that Biden is up, double digits here, right? I mean, the same story was told about HRC back in 2016. Flash forward 4 years, here we are saying the very same things, and guess what? Just isn't so. The polls in that are fake. They oversample. They readily state that they oversample various demographics and everything else. It's probably far closer than people imagine. And guess what, folks? I foresee the day when on November 4th, they never thought she would lose. Well, guess what? They never thought he would lose. They believe their own crap. Anyone that reads my articles knows I'm a bit of a natural cynic. That's not necessarily bad in politics, but it's not always an asset either. I've certainly gotten my share of ribbing in the comments over it, sometimes deservedly so. When I look at the 2020 race, my first impression is that Trump's last debate performance hurt him and that Biden is in a decent position to win the race. Yet, I've also noticed that things are starting to look a lot like 2016, especially on the state level, which is the most important, yet most ignored part of the horse race, given the media's usually focus on shock Biden plus 10 nationally polls. Now, those 2016 flashbacks are growing stronger. Eddie Zipper of the Daily Caller put out a thread this morning which busts a lot of the narratives proclaiming Joe Biden to be inevitable. In fact, Trump is in a better position today in 2020 than he was on the same day in 2016. That seems rather important to me. Note that the number on the Clinton graphs are the final average, not the average Zipper is citing, which is on this specific day in 2016. In other words, yes, the race tightened further, but Trump was in worse shape 2 weeks out than he was or is today. And this Eddie Zipper from the Daily Caller kind of gives the lay of the land here: Trump versus Biden versus Trump versus Clinton. you can kind of see that their RCP average shows Biden lead in Florida at 1.6 on this day in 2016. Clinton's quote-unquote lead in Florida was 4.3. And on down the line, they talk about Michigan, 7.2 versus 12, Wisconsin, 6.3 versus 6.5, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll mention that Trump... What?
Nobody believes in polls anymore. You know that.
So I'll mention that Trump actually trailed in Wisconsin by over 6 points on election day as well. The polls never even narrowed there, yet he won the state. It's also astonishing to see that Trump was down 12 in Michigan at this point in 2016, yet he charged back and won that state as well, despite the average resting at around 4 points by election day. So that's over at Red State Today, talking about the state of affairs in regards to the fake polls. Switching gears up a little bit, let's talk a little bit about Huawei and ZTE.
All right, but I need to do two things before you do that. We already got other super chats. Timothy Powell, thank you very, very much. And he said, thank you for the super chat. And I had to read this. So thank you, by the way, for all the people following in D Live. Like, it really, really does help us. And then Go Dog Go, I can only imagine who that is, says, well, at least we're hearing this news in Breaking Spectre's voice. That helps, I guess.
You're too kind.
And whenever you need a break, I have about 10 more articles to get through. So whatever.
Sure. So let me get through this. I'll bounce it over to you. Talking a little bit about tech here today. Obviously, big tech has been in the news for censorship, but keep in mind that Huawei once was in the news about the whole 5G business, and this continues. Let's see here. So Swedish regulators are banning the China-based tech companies Huawei and ZTE from constructing the infrastructure of Sweden's 5G networks. The announcement follows previous bans this year against Huawei in the US and the UK, fearing that the Chinese government-run companies will jeopardize their national securities if they construct the respective 5G high-speed networks. The Swedish Post and Telecom Authority, PTS, announced the news in a Tuesday press release, said that the four companies jockeying for licenses to build up 5G in the Nordic country are prohibited from using equipment from Huawei and ZTE on national security grounds. According to the PTS, these updated conditions to receive a license was informed by assessments made by the Swedish Armed Forces and the Swedish Security Services. And that's over on Sarah Carter today. So obviously, folks are realizing that perhaps Huawei and ZTE are not as good as they once proclaimed. And people are finally starting to follow the lead of what the U.S. has done and basically banned them. Carry on.
Oh, gee, thanks. Let me see if I can talk in my Breaking Spectre voice. Okay, coming up next in the news. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I can't do that. Okay, so for all you men out there, this is what your white privilege gets you. Women who drugged men at Chicago nightclubs stole more than $85,000. Two women were arrested in Chicago this weekend after getting caught drugging men at nightclubs in order to rob them. Collectively stole more than $85,000. What are men doing walking around with like pocketfuls of $10,000? 20, 30, 40. CBD Chicago reported that the two women, 25-year-old Tiana Trammell and 32-year-old Tawana Rainey, were responsible for at least 14 similar drug-induced robberies in Chicago. One of the two women, prosecutors didn't specify whom was responsible for 10 of the 14 robberies. Good God. So listen, one of them did 10 of 14. Two women appeared in separate bond hearings on Tuesday, charged with operating and continuing the financial crimes enterprise and possession of controlled substance. That would be probably the date rape drug that they knocked them out with. The women would drug their victims and then steal their phones, jewelry, and credit cards. Be careful, man. Be careful. They have this new thing now. Listen, I'm going to warn you right now. They have this new thing now where they're going around where if men, they do those online things. I can't say a lot about it or would be banned, where you can virtually, you can virtually interact with women online. And those women will be like, oh, yeah, show me your blah, blah, blah. And so the men will get in compromising positions and show like certain body parts. Then they'll screen grab it, take a picture of it. And when they're, because, right behind these women that, are all in love with you is standing a man. And then they'll sit there and blackmail you for those compromising photos of yourself for as long as they want to. So everybody out there, stay away from that stuff. They're blackmailing you online if they get you in a position like that and take a picture of you. Okay. So please just keep that in mind. Moving on. Ad attacks Biden approving of 8-year-olds declaring they're transgender. I don't like this either. These people that are pushing this 8-year-olds to get on hormone blockers, puberty blockers, all this estrogen stuff. So here's this. The conservative group, the American Principles Project, is releasing an ad in the swing states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania that blasts Democratic president candidate Joe Biden for saying he supports children as young as 8 years old, declaring that they are transgender. Answering questions at ABC News hosted town hall, Biden stated that 8-year-old child should be able to decide that they are transgender. 8-year-olds think they could put on a Superman cape and jump off your roof and fly. But then you're telling us that you're going to put 8-year-olds behind a car because that's what you're doing. You're basically allowing them to make these lifelong changes. It sterilizes them. They could never have children. That goes right along with Gates population control. So tell me this is a conspiracy theory. I'll wait. That's what it does. Look at Travis Stock right now and the amount of enrollment. So anyway, this is what they're doing. This is what they're pushing. They've been pushing this for 3 or 4 years. Nobody was just really paying attention to it. That's why they're doing what they're doing in the schools by teaching these children about content that only a teenager should learn from their parents. But this is the ad. Let me make sure I'm sharing my volume because it's only 30 seconds long, and I'll show you what it says.
Sex changes for kids? Most Americans say that's going way too far, but not Joe Biden.
An 8-year-old child decides, I want to be transgender. That's what I think I'd like to be.
Should 8-year-olds really be subjected to dangerous, life-altering medical procedures? Puberty-blocking drugs, transgender surgeries, and hormones cause permanent damage to children. If Joe Biden is willing to endorse sex changes for second graders, what won't he support? Vote against Joe Biden.
Second graders. Let that sink in. Second graders. Okay, this is another one in one of the articles I pulled. I'm just got to make sure I'm not sharing my sound or it reverbs to breaking. So this is the president of the Portland's NAACP resigns after allegations of abuse. The president of the Portland NAACP resigns after allegations of abuse. So this person was abusing people and was a president of the NAACP. Tell me again what the Child Protection Services is supposed to do. Tell me again what the NAACP is supposed to do. And then please tell me again how we're all these conspiracy theorists sitting out here telling you that these same organizations that claim that they're trying to freaking help people are doing the exact opposite. I can't say this name either, breaking. E.D. Mondane, the president of the Portland chapter of the NAACP, has submitted his resignation. You know what he did? You want to know what he did wrong? The organization announced Tuesday after numerous people accused him of sexual and psychological abuse at the NAACP. The Portland Mercury last week detailed allegations from 11 people, including 3 men, who said they faced sexual abuse by Mondane while they were members of his church. His church. Celebration Tabernacle of North Portland. We received Reverend Albert Mondane's immediate resignation as president of the Portland NAACP, the organization said in a statement. NAACP is firmly opposed to all forms of abuse, assault, harassment, discrimination. Such behavior has no place in the association, regardless of whether. So let's back up here. This person was not only the president of the Portland NAACP, they also ran a church. Celebration Tabernacle in North Portland. Again, what are we telling you guys? The same people that sit in these organizations that are supposed to be helping people are the ones abusing them. Tell us again we're conspiracy theorists. I'll wait. This is another one. China is killing Americans with fentanyl deliberately. And I'm not even going to get into this. I'm just going to have you use your common sense. China is a communist country. Nothing leaves or comes into China without the Chinese government knowing about it. So if China is going to try and spin something and tell you that they don't know that there are tons and tons of fentanyl being shipped out of China to America, they're lying to your face. China knows exactly what they're doing. What is fentanyl doing to America? I don't know. How many people has it killed in the last 5 years? I'll leave that there. And this is the influence. This is China's influence of operations that offer a glimpse into the future of information warfare. We all know this is going on. Russia. And that's another thing. Freaking platform here. You constantly tell us that you're going to take people down for tinfoil hat wearing stuff. Correct. All you do is sit there and push in your top news, trusted news, Wojcicki, is CNN and ABC and NBC. What did they do for 3 years? They shoved Russia down our throat. They sit there and said that the Steele dossier was credible. The P tapes were there. You let Schiff come on these platforms saying that he had evidence he never produced. All these people laughing at us when we said McCabe and all them and Strzok and all them were involved. What happened? What came out after 3 years? Who was the conspiracy theorist and who was telling the truth? The people that were telling the truth are the people that no longer have a voice. And I'll let that stand. This is U.S. designates 6 more Chinese media outlets as foreign missions. You want me to keep going? The U.S. State Department has designated the U.S. operations of 6 Chinese-based companies as foreign missions. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo announced on October 21st. That's today. The designations were applied to, Lord, y'all help me because I'm going to massacre this. Yikaka Global, Jiafiang Daily, Xinmin Evening News, Social Sciences and China Press, Beijing Review, and Economic Daily, the department said in a statement. The Department of State said the outlets are substantially owned or effectively controlled by the Chinese regime. The designations, which restrict the outlets' operations in the United States but do not affect what they can publish, are in addition to the 9 Chinese state media outlets. They were designated as foreign missions earlier this year in recognition of their role as propaganda organs of the Chinese Communist Party. The designation means that they will be treated as foreign embassies or other diplomatic missions, and thus be required to register their employees and U.S. properties with the State Department. Well, and what's that going to do? Yay, they're going to sign a piece of paper. Is anybody going to do anything? Is anybody going to do anything? That's what I want to know. Are you going to do anything? Are they going to sign up and still do whatever the hell they want to do? We simply want to ensure that American people, consumers of information, can differentiate between news written by free press and propaganda distributed by the Chinese Communist Party. You're talking about people that get their news off Twitter. Do you think they're going to pay attention? You still got freaking this place putting up Wikipedia as a place for you to get information when anybody can go on Wikipedia and write anything. And that's the standard of credibility here. I mean, let's just throw up the National Enquirer. We'll just be as well off. What is this one? Oh, this is the lady that bitched out our president for not wearing a mask. Do you see one here? I see masks all around her, but where's hers? Yeah, because they're really concerned about wearing face masks. They just tell you to. Senator Lee, internet companies that do not behave as open platforms could lose. Can we be done with hearing could lose? Can they lose? Will they lose? Make them lose it. We've seen enough. They should lose this immunity. Stop telling me they can. What more do they have to do to show that they're censoring people? Then OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma to plead guilty to 3 criminal charges. So these people are going to get strung through the ringer because they lied to everybody. The settlement is the highest profile display yet of the federal government seeking to hold a major drug maker responsible for an opioid addiction and overdose crisis linked to more than 470,000 deaths in the country since 2000. Let's shout out from the rooftops of all the people that have died from COVID. Let half a million people die from this opioid addiction, but they're whatever, doesn't matter. That doesn't make news. Then this lady again. For some reason, I pulled her up. This right here. Here you go, guys. Here's who showed up at Kamala. So Kamala flew 600 miles from Florida to North Carolina today, and watch her go out on that stage and talk about the Green New Deal. How much fossil fuel did she burn? I'm going to show you. Look how many people showed up. Look at her right there. Woo-hoo. Look at all these people. Look at their rings. You know as well as I do, they put these rings up there because ain't nobody going to show up. So, well, listen, social distancing. As we see this kind of crap going on. Does you see any social distancing? Do you see her with a mask on? It's all a lie. Okay, there you go. Done. Have my spiel for the day. I'm going to go back and look at my D-Live.
Oh, that's it? That's all you got?
Shoot. What do you mean is that all I got? I spun through that pretty quick because I try to give you 10 minutes because I know you have more stuff. And you got to come on after Daddy, too.
Yeah, that I do. Let me bring up this article out of Human Events. Talk about our other favorite topic called COVID. And Human Events says, to tell the truth, NBC report intentionally spreads COVID fear like virus. And this from a day ago says, Human Events News Press Analysis Series. These stories will focus on news, quote unquote, being reported by either New York Times, Washington Compost, ABC, NBC, CBS. Despite 24-hour cable broadcasts and an untold number of internet sources, these established mainstream platforms continue to influence the majority of American citizens and their political opinions. If you want to call them news, I think the better term, as we learned from back in 2016, after a certain blonde was fired over there for sexual harassment against the upper echelon in Fox, we find out that, one, she was on-air talent, Megyn Kelly, if you recall, and it's not really news, it's infotainment. They're just putting on a show, folks. That's all they're doing. The news generated by these press is better regarded as opinion, crafted in a way designed to discourage skepticism and critical thought on the part of the audience. To tell the truth will be Human Events News' periodic effort to help address this bias and restore the skepticism necessary on the part of all Americans to maintain a free society. This is on this past Sunday's episode of NBC's Meet the Press. Dr. Michael Osterholm, director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, said that the next 6 to 12 weeks are going to be the darkest of the entire pandemic. While the doctor did not say what that would mean in terms of deaths, he did say that in terms of the number of cases between now and the holidays, we'll see numbers much, much larger than even the 67 to 75,000 cases we are seeing this past week. In an opinion piece for Fox News, former CDC director, now political activist for globalist collectivist causes through Vital Strategies, Dr. Tom Frieden, addressed what he calls the mistaken and dangerous idea spreading like a virus, that we can let COVID spread among young, healthy people as long as we protect the vulnerable. Frieden points out that this approach would likely cost more American lives than did all wars in the 20th century. While that specific statement is likely correct, it is also just as likely that it would cost far fewer lives than did automobile accidents in the 20th century, indicating that loss of life is not the only relevant consideration in making public policy. Like NBC's segment with Dr. Osterholm, what Frieden's piece did not address is the actual likelihood of fatality to the population at large and to specific segments of the population. Human Events News is dedicated to helping to restore skepticism into the minds of Americans. To that end, we have been reviewing the actual scientific research with regard to the Chinese coronavirus and fatalities. This is information that the mainstream media simply will not allow to be discussed on air or in print. And I'll just pause right there, and I want you to think back to a couple pieces I had done talking about these various cases, right? Well, guess what? A case does not necessarily mean squat. It doesn't mean anything. It's just hype and fear. It's about numbers, right? To suggest, even going back to the VP debates, where you had Kamala get up there and proclaim 200,000 deaths. And of course, we heard Pence combat that and say, well, it could have been a hell of a lot more. But 200,000 in terms of 330 million in this United States. What is that in a percentage sense? But yet that's all they hype, right? It's absolute ridiculousness. And of course, what else have we found? 99.996 or 7%, all the way up to about the age bracket of about 70 years old, are going to survive. So they always spin the negative, never the positive, and that's what they want to get you on, right? Every single time. Continuing along that thread, let's see here. Oop, that's a bad deal there. It says patient in AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine trial dies. So, obviously, we've got a number of these big pharma types, the AstraZenecas, GlaxoSmithKlines, the Pfizers, BioNTech, and a number of these all now getting to phase 3 trials. And a number of these have also had to stop their various campaigns because of various issues that have come up. But now this is the first we hear of somebody actually dying from the vaccine trial. AstraZeneca has just revealed that the patient who died received a placebo, not the actual vaccine. AstraZeneca rebounded sharply on the claim. So obviously, if you pay attention to the financials behind the scenes, it's all algorithm driven. Positive, negative headlines cause these stocks to move accordingly. Just dance to the music, folks. That's all that's going on behind the scenes by the dip. The Federal University of Sao Paulo, which is helping coordinate late-stage trials in Brazil, separately said that the volunteer was Brazilian, according to Reuters. And it goes on to state, says participants in the U.S. AstraZeneca clinical trials still haven't taken their second dose since the proceedings have been. And what appears to be the worst news yet concerning any of the leading COVID-19 vaccine candidates, a patient enrolled in the trial for AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine candidate, which it's working on with Oxford, has died. And of course, as we just noted, apparently this was due to a placebo, not the actual inoculation itself. Brazilian Health Authority, Anvisa, announced Wednesday that one of the volunteers who was participating in the study had died. The news sent the company's ADRs to their lowest level since April, per Reuters. So, there you have that. The trials are ongoing. All the time it sounded like some of these other methods of treatments and whatnot are probably the better route. And of course, the people like Mr. Anthony Fauci and Gates probably will have none of that because obviously look how much they stand to lose in the event that their vaccines do not work. What are they going to do? Keep us on lockdown for the whole duration until a vaccine is available? I thought it was flatten a curve. Then it was test, 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 test. And now all of a sudden, well, you can't go back to work until a vaccine is available. Well, what if a vaccine never works? Or what happens if, you don't get your little chip stuck into your little arm to be able to be reintroduced into commerce? Then what? We just going to roll over? Nah, I don't think so. All right, switching gears. Ghislaine Maxwell also in the news. We found out yesterday, day before, she lost her court fight. A deposition about sex life will be made public. This is out of a Sign of the Times. And it goes on to state, it says a federal appeals court Monday ordered the unsealing of a deposition related to Ghislaine Maxwell's sex life after the defense fought tooth and nail to keep it secret. A 3-judge panel from the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals issued the brief 2-page ruling after hearing arguments on the matter last week. We cannot conclude that the district court abused its discretion in ordering the unsealing of the deposition materials, the panel wrote. It's unclear when the documents will be released. The 7-hour, 418-page deposition is from testimony Maxwell gave in April 2016 and a now-settled civil defamation lawsuit filed against her by Jeffrey Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre. In the interview, Maxwell made statements about consensual and intimate conduct with other adults, according to court papers. U.S. District Court Judge Loretta Preska, who is overseeing the litigation over the release of the materials, had ordered the documents unsealed in July, but Maxwell's lawyers had appealed the decision. Maxwell was arrested over the summer in a 6-count federal indictment charging her with grooming 3 underage girls to be sexually abused by her and Jeffrey Epstein. The British socialite is charged with 2 counts of perjury for allegedly lying under oath during the deposition, in which she denied having any knowledge of Epstein's relationships with underage girls. The late financier committed suicide last year while in federal custody, awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. Hashtag Maxwell did not kill herself. And also, yesterday, last couple days, we found out that the antitrust side of things is proceeding against Google. And I'm going to have a little bit more to say about this here a little bit later on if you join after Daddy Dragon's show here today, as I have some questions about this. So I'm just going to hit some highlights of this real quick here. We'll get into more depth on this afterwards. It says 22 years after its creation, the company is facing scrutiny for its monopoly. And that's exactly what it is. Look at how many companies Google has bought up over the years. Back in 1995, when it debuted, I can recall being in college when Google used to be a pretty cool search engine, replacing the likes of Excite and oh boy, a number of other ones, Yahoo and various other startups back then. And it was pretty much a cat's ass back then. And then they took a turn for the worse and started buying up anything and everything in sight.
Is that a Yankee term?
What's that?
Is that it like a cat's ass?
The cat's ass? Oh, I just thought that was universally understood. Perhaps you Southern folk, I guess, don't use such terms.
We say
I don't
things
know.
like splitting a frog hair or stuff like that, or when your dog scoots its butt across the floor, kind of there. I have never heard like a. Alrighty then, moving on. Sorry,
we're sorry you Southern. We're sorry you Southern folk live under rocks sometimes, but that's all right. We forgive you.
I know, but our rocks are so nice up down here. They don't have any pollution on them. We have springs coming outside of mountains.
But anyway,
you still ride a four-wheeler down the road. No cop's going to say anything to you. It's lovely.
But anyway, the U.S. Department of Justice sued Google with Alphabet as parent company on antitrust grounds, claiming that the global giant uses its unprecedented position and power in the market to stifle competition. Attorney generals from the ranks of the Republican Party in 11 states, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, South Carolina, and Texas, joined the lawsuit that goes into great detail to expose the heart of Google's extremely lucrative ad-based business. And of course, they obtained a copy of the lawsuit for you here. I can go ahead and drop the link for you guys if you guys want to peruse that. The author of the lawsuit chose accurate sounding yet damning language to describe Google's grip over the industry, calling it the gatekeeper of the internet. The accusation is that Google uses its search service to amass billions in revenue from selling ads, useful to third parties who pay for them only if the tech giant also provides massive data sets containing personal information collected from users. In other words, you and I, folks, every day that we're on these platforms, logged in, guess what they're doing? They're grabbing our data, everything that we get put in front of us on our phones, on our PCs, our tablets, you name it. Anytime you click on that, it's got an IP address, username, all that stuff affiliated with it. And guess what? Unbeknownst to many folks out there, they sell that. That's your data, your credentials, everything about you. Did you give permission to do that? Perhaps maybe we might need to go back and read the end user license agreements again. But that's exactly what they're doing. In any case, the extent of Google's dominance in the search segment outside of China, where it's banned, and Russia, where it's facing viable homegrown competition, is staggering. The filing deals with some figures, and in the U.S. alone, the market share the behemoth has is 80% on the desktop and as much as 94% on the mobile. The latter is where Google search is tightly paired not only with Android phones, but also with devices and services of other giants like Apple, Samsung, AT&T, Verizon, Mozilla, and others, who collectively get paid billions to keep Google search as their default. The ad revenue Google collects each year in the way reaches $40 billion, the document said. And I'll just leave that there for now. Like I said, I do want to highlight that a little bit later on here. I want to compare and contrast a couple things when I go and do that segment here a little bit later on. Get you guys' take on it. Cause you guys to think a little bit about this. And I also want you to think about this. Think back to the days when you used to be able to buy your typical PCs with a Microsoft operating system on it, dating all the way back to perhaps Windows 95, 98, NT on forward, etc., etc. What was the one thing that Microsoft got busted for? You guys remember? It was the fact that they put their own internet browser on there, and they got dinged for it hard. IE, Internet Explorer, was on every single PC that shipped back then. And they, too, were charged with being antitrust and trying to lock out the competition by putting their own browser on, as opposed to letting the users, you and I, figure out what browser we best wanted to use. And so it's the same thing. And it's not just here in the United States that we've got the DOJ and everybody else going after them. You got folks in the EU also going after the likes of Google and everybody else for the very same reason. It is a monopoly. We know that. So I'm going to have a little bit more to say about that here a little bit later on today.
And I got to say, because I can't do this all at once, it's awesome to see the love, by the way, of all the people that come over from Daddy Dragon. I just have to give a big warm welcome to everyone and say hello, because everybody will come in here and be like, hello, the English folk are here. So it's like, hello, everybody.
I'm going to drop the link to DLive yet again here. We're about 16 short of trying to get to about 700 here by the end of the show. See if we can get it up to 1,000 by day's end. That's the goal here, folks, if we can.
Yeah, I think we're doing pretty well. I mean, the amount of support, like Sunday, like I said, blew us all away. People are giving diamonds and lemons over in DLive. It's kind of a fun way to donate, honestly. And then here we always have our amazing members while we still can. That's the green folks you see strolling through, like Sumper Rose, who just made it in, and like Super Tad, you'll see Mod. He still has the green Punisher beside his face. That's because he's also a channel member. I like to give them shout outs to. Whereas there's Lynn Jones. She's also a channel member. So if you guys are here, I do still appreciate it, because Joey Smith, who's in here, he's also a channel member. Again, we're praying here, people. We are, because it is and oh, by the way, before I forget, because I just saw her stream through, Maria Ingram in chat. It's her place to say what's going on. She's had a rough day. So if everyone, Constitution 1A's in DLive. Heck yeah. I've been missing you too, hon. Yeah, wondering where you are. As you notice, we all got purged from Discord. So I said this the other day. If you send me an email at the 5x5 network at gmail.com, if you're having trouble finding us, and if you've been around a long time and was following us on in Discord, then please send me an email there. I'll put it out here for you, Constitution, for you to email me, and we'll try to get you hooked up, because I know it's been difficult trying to find everybody. Everybody's missing in between Twitter and everything else. So I'm going to send it in here. That's the email. And then I'll put it in here as well. If you're the one of those lost folks that knew how to use Discord, was in Discord, if you hit me up, I'll try to help you find some people. And I don't care where they're at. I don't care what channel they're from. It's not about that right now. It's just trying to find you some people that you want to try and talk to. Yeah, it's been crazy. So thanks for also the support from all you guys, because it's been tough. It's been tough to watch some of the people that we really like and appreciate, that cover good content, watch them build massive platforms, and then just one day wake up and they're gone. So we're still here. Oh my God, Daddy's popped in the room. She always makes us smile. Anyway, so please say a special prayer for Maria today. She's had a rough day, and that's all I'll say, because it's her business. But we love you, Maria. She's been with us a long time, and talked to her before the show, and just sending our love. Daddy, hello, Daddy.
Hello. How is one?
Doing good.
That's what I like to hear. Is my sound levels okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Fantastic. What's going on, Vivi?
We just had a very interesting conversation for an hour with an ex-GCHQ British GCHQ officer. We will be talking a bit more about that. No doubt there's some things he can't say. But I will say this. It was a good chat. I had previously said I couldn't trust him as far as I can throw him. There are some elements that we're on the same track, but not with the British. So I would still say, but in more friendly terms, I still wouldn't trust him as far as I can throw him. But it was very interesting, and we had a very interesting talk about the Constitution, which we're going to have another conversation about as well. But the answer, and there's a lot of things that we'll be talking about, and I will be looking at chat and asking what they thought. If I can bring this back over, I will.
I gotta say thank you, Lynn. As we leave, she said, because we value your patriotism. And we value yours too, Lynn. Thank you so much. You started off the show like that. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks for everybody. We hit that, like that Sunday was huge for us. And then y'all have been doing nothing but support us ever since. So stay strong with us. We're here. Again, I want to remind you that Adam apparently is going to do an upload for his show. That's Dude Talks. He does different things. He doesn't cover politics like he does usual in Strange Stories. That's on the channel. If you look for him, it's Dude Talks. You'll see him down there after the show. Because if he tries to upload now, it'll mess with our bandwidth. And then, yeah, again, I told you, shout out if you got lost in the shuffle, then you can email us and I'll try to help you out. Daddy, I'm getting out of your way. I want you to have as much time as you need.
See you on the other side.
All right. Bye, Daddy.
Bye.
There you go. That's what I'm waiting on.
There you go. So, people, you're all there. Hopefully, I've got you on 2 screens now. I do not like seeing myself on this screen, but I suppose I'll have to put up with it tonight. Let's have a look. How many people we got over there? Don't forget to like. Don't forget to share. And hopefully some people have come over to the channel from my channel and from Alex's, just so we can have a chat literally about what's just been said. And anyone on the American side want to see this, you can. You can go on my channel, which I'm sure one of the mods will put on there, and you can see literally what was said and what was spoke about. But the hour went really quick, which normally means that I'm enjoying the conversation. I will say this, I did enjoy the conversation. And apart from being British, you ain't a bad fella. But you do need to know who the enemy is, and the enemy is the British, whether he likes it or not. And we will get to the bottom of that, and we will discuss that. So there you go. Hello again, the Englishman. I'm now on live chat, seeing what you're saying. Andrew, thank you for that. You thought it was a great show. So let me just see this. Let me ask the question. How many of you, and hopefully people are still coming across, just tell me what you thought of that. Give me a 5B5 if you thought it was educational on both sides, not just me, but obviously some things I could have been saying to Alex and he could have been saying to me that we both know. It's not that we, meaning myself or Alex, don't know. It's because we're regurgitating what we've learned to put out on the channel, and you listen to it and you learn from that, right? Which is the main thing. And I'm seeing lots and lots things there. The English are rising. Yeah, they are. And again, I will be showing some very much detailed stuff about England. I will be showing the fact that the British are a minority, that the British have control of the majority of the English. The British have control of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and it needs to stop. Again, we are making massive inroads. I can tell you the British Constitution Group folded, and the reason it did is because there is no such thing as the British Constitution. That's my opinion. That is my legal opinion. That is my layman's opinion of studying law for a very long time. Again, I am a Christian. I believe in the 10 Commandments. I have seen the British judges, and a particular, there was a particular court case. I can't remember when it was now. I think it was 1907. It might be 1909. And it was the Secular Society. And they actually challenged the fact that that our law, English law, wasn't based on Christianity and the laws of God. And a Fabian judge agreed with them. Now I'm saying that the English need to take back their parliament. We need to relocate to York. We need to split London and remove London as a region. That removes Sadiq Khan. You tear up the Acts of Union. Literally, you void, so it's never been there. None of the deals being struck at the moment, it will exist with the European Union at all. It was treason to even go into that agreement. It was completely against the Acts of Union, the Supremacy Clause, the 1689 Bill of Rights, the Coronation Oath Act, the fact that they are now currently rewriting the Coronation Oath Act to write out the Christianity elements of it, which is a disgrace. And we need to take back control of this country. And again, for the American audience, I've emphasized that the greatest country in the world is the United States of America. And the reason it is the greatest country in the world is not because of its landmass, because it isn't the biggest landmass in the world. It isn't because of its populace, because it isn't the greatest populace in the world. It is because of its constitution, which is based on the English common law constitution. And you have stuck by it through thick and thin. You was attacked by the British in the same way as the English has been attacked by the British. And we intend to take back control of our nation, our parliament, our children. We intend to remove the British national identity, which will dissolve with that. The 40,000 jihadists will then be deported back to Pakistan, Bangladesh, and for the ones that we don't know their real identity or their nationalities, we will ask them whether they are Shia or whether or not they are Sunni. If they are Shia, they will be sent to Iran, and if they are Sunni, they will be sent to Saudi Arabia. And if they love Islam that much, they should be very happy bunnies. We also know that Saudi Arabia has millions of tents waiting for them now. So not an issue. And again, you will find, first of all, there are some questions that we'll be answering. I'm hoping that Brian Gerrish will come on. I'm definitely going to ask him some questions that will put him on the spot about a number of things. I don't dislike Brian Gerrish. I've got to tell you something. I don't dislike Alex, really, apart from the British stuff. I will say this. In general terms, people who have been commanders of warships tend to be a bit snobby and look down their nose at people and think everyone's a rating except them. Right, and I'm not suggesting that he is doing that, but he certainly, with having no regard whatsoever to the English or speaking about the English, certainly worries me. So again, I'm looking forward to a conversation about that. I'm going to be looking forward to the conversation about Tommy Robinson. And the reason for that is because Tommy Robinson cost the BBC millions in one night when he made an appeal, a video on his Facebook before they took it down. And it's one of the reasons they probably took it down. It was only a short video, and he told everyone, go online and stop paying your BBC licence fee. I know for a fact he's over 900,000 followers. Many of them, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of people overnight, went on there and stopped their direct debit payments. And that cost the BBC millions overnight, just to let you know. So he's actually succeeded in causing the BBC more problems than the UK column ever will. He talks about things, and he brought to the attention of many people in this country, and I'm talking about England mainly, of the rape of our children in this country. And again, he was put in prison by the British, who abused our constitution, who have abused our laws and abused our prison system. And yet a man that is regarded as the literacy professional, wrote many top sellers, wrote this book, In the Shadow of the Sword. He also done a documentary where Ofcom got a number of complaints, spoke to Channel 4. Channel 4 then withdrew the documentary in fear that the jihadists would rise up and riot, right? We do not live in a country that accepts that. My point is that Tommy Robinson, was sent to prison, and Tom Holland, because he went to Oxford University, is a great writer, well respected, a well researched book. Took 5 years to research this book. His documentaries, etc. And he wasn't put in prison. And the only reason was because he come from the right side of the tracks, and Tommy Robinson, just like me, come from the wrong side of the tracks. That's the difference, right? Tommy Robinson was communicating with us, and I've got to be honest with you, I never really took any notice of Islam until I started watching him. The BBC, in some of their propaganda, when I used to watch the BBC a very long time ago, did propaganda, brainwash me into believing that Tommy Robinson was a racist. Until, bearing in mind I'm open-minded, until I watched his Oxford Union speech. And then I said to myself, he's just like me. He ain't like any different to me. He's not racist. He's telling it how it is. And he's telling you how he come to do what he's doing now. And he told his story. And there were occasions in that Union speech, at Oxford Union speech, you could have heard a pin drop, right? It was one of the most powerful speeches I have ever heard, right? The next element to that is you need to understand that UK column, and again, people on the American side of the war probably don't understand this. I am probably the only channel that talks about the English Constitution non-stop, that refer to the English Constitution, that refer to the English nationality as an English nationality, that refer to the British as the enemy, which they are. And I have absolutely no doubt that President Trump knows that, understands that, and doesn't know that there are a massive group of people, 37 million of us, that think just like me, that are fed up with this British Parliament attempting to destroy every right that the English gave the English. And the Act of Settlement of 1701 states that the laws of England are the birthright of every Englishman. And I intend to my dying breath to be protecting England, my English women, countrymen, and the daughters and sons of England, because it is my duty as someone who understands the Constitution and how much value it gives this nation and other nations. It is my duty to keep spreading the word of the English Constitution that the British took out of the curriculum. Again, I showed this book, and you can see it on the screen there. This is the exam cram. This was actually written in 1952. This is this old, and you can see the discoloration. It says English legal system. That is the English legal system. Written in 1952, the exam cram. It is written on the English Constitution. Again, it goes into the references, the divisions of English law, which basically is the common pleas, equity, the courts of the King's Bench, the Exchequer, the common pleas, and the equity. The system evolved by the chancellors and the Court of Chancery to supplement the aid to common law. Since 1876, the two systems have been administered by the same courts. The common law is divisible into tort, contract, criminal law, and law of property. Goes into a lot of detail. It also talks about admiralty law in this book. So there is such a thing called equity law and admiralty law. Again, there's various elements that I've sent out to people. Legal history. There's so much in this exam cram. And this is literally what our judges and our barristers used to be trained in and trained in everything that they did. It's now been removed. It's fairly easy to say to people, and I will say it to you now, to be fair. Why would the British remove the English common law constitution from the bar exams? Why would they stop educating barristers and judges on English constitutional law? Why would they remove it from the curriculum? The laws still exist, they can't be repealed. It's quite simple. If you look at it from any other way, any other angle, if you don't know about it, if you don't know about your rights, then you can't claim your right. Yeah? It's as simple as that, people. In the same as in America, why do you think they give you a booklet and says this is your constitutional rights? Why do they train police officers in America to understand the Constitution? Why did they used to, and John Hurst will tell you this from the Magna Carta Society, 33 years as a police officer, why is it that before, as a probationary police officer of 2 years, and you couldn't become a policeman without being a probationary officer for 2 years, all gone out the window now, right? Let me tell you something. Unless you pass the constitutional exam, the common law exam, at the end of that probationary period, you was not allowed to go out on your own and talk to members of the public. Why? Oh, why did they remove that? Why is it that the British police in London attacked with truncheons paid for by the English, and it was the English that's paid for them? Why have they got gas? Why have they got truncheons? Why do they have big leather gloves with knuckle dusters on them? Why do they have crash helmets with everything on there? Why do they have tasers to attack the English, the peaceful, unarmed, disarmed English? The right to keep and bear arms is our right. It is still our right. It will always be our right. End of. Right? It is an unalienable right that God gave us. In the same way God put horns on gazelles, and in the same way as he put teeth on a dog. Yeah. He allowed us to be able to protect ourselves with anything that we could pick up, and that meant we could match the opposition. And if the opposition has got a gun, then we must have a gun. It's as simple as that. The only people that have now put that back on the agenda for the English people in this country is the English Democrats. The only people that are supporting the English common law constitution and presenting that to the English public to put back constitutionalism back into this country and to start to take back our rights that the British removed is the English Democrats. There is no other party out there that do it. So I just want everyone to understand that. Without going on to a massive rant about this, I'm going to have a little drink. And anyone got any questions? I'm hoping you can all hear me. Because I can't hear myself, is the answer. More vodka. Let me tell you something. If that was vodka, I'd be on my backside by now. Can I just say to the American audience, right? Here it comes. Are you ready for this? This is to the American audience. Now, you all know who Nancy Pelosi is, even to the English audience, right? The only way, yeah, that the Russians interfered with American politics, right, was when Nancy Pelosi faced off about the Russian vodka, and then she went back into Congress as affected by the Russian vodka, and she said, I'm not an alcoholic, and I'm not mad, and I know I've got false teeth, and I know I look like I'm chewing the wasp when I'm listening to what's his name? That geezer. Who's that geezer? Oh, hang on. Donald. Donny Osmond. No. Who is it? Who am I talking about? Joe Hunter. I'll be Biden. Who is it? So the vodka is going down well, and I can promise you, I've never had any Russian vodka before a vote in the House. That's my impression of Nancy Pelosi. What did you think of it? Right? Who would void the Acts of Union, etc. Parliament? No, that's a really good question. Let me just say, hello, friend. Let me have a look. Question Q: the hunter becomes the hunted. Exactly right. So you've now seen my impression. You've now seen my impression of Nancy Pelosi and the Russian interference, and the only Russian interference is, and at least we know that President Trump, you'd never get that, would you? Because you don't drink. So there you go. Nancy, your teeth don't like us. Yeah, she looks like she's the accent's a bit off. Listen, I will work on the accent as that. And I'll just carry on doing what I have to do. Right, people. We've got half hour left, so I'm going to take some questions. Now, one of the questions just to come up there, don't forget to put my name in there, otherwise I'll miss them. Thank you, Thumper Rose. One of the things I've got to say to you, sounded like Jim Davison after a few, yeah, and it probably was. What we have here is you have to void the Acts of Union, and it would normally go into the House of Lords, but the Supreme Court is crooked. We've got to take back the Parliament in some way. So we have got an issue, and we've got a constitutional issue in this country. To void the Acts of Union, in my opinion, we would have to massively vote for the English Democrats. And again, it can be done, and I believe, even with the 40% of people that don't vote, bearing in mind that the Tories were only voted in with, I think it was either 24% of the vote or 27% of the vote. 40% of people in this country don't even bother voting anymore. There is a missing link, and the missing link is constitutionalism, which I believe then people will vote for, because constitutionalists are not politicians. So we do really need to do that. Don't worry about COVID-19, just get a bigger freezer for your ice cream. Very good, I like that. Let me have a look and see if there's any other questions before you do anything else. Crescinda Bellend was featured on UK Column News. You wouldn't believe what she is up to now. I would, apart from the fact that she's a rug muncher. Let me have a look. Tina Anon, that reminds me it's 4:30 p.m. New York time. For a snort of blackberry brandy on the deck. On the deck of where? Overlooking the fall-coloured mountains. Thank you for that. I really love America. Patriot, thought you said that you said she needed a He-Man. Who needed a He-Man? Trying to put DD in, won't have it. All right. Yeah, well, that's because DD don't work. You have to put Daddy Daddy, and then it will come up with Daddy Dragon, or it should do. Let me say hi. Here we are. So, Elizabeth Samways, have we got candidates in every constituencies? Yeah, we have, but it's whether people will actually stand. Be set way to start that they won't. So one part of the problem, and I've said this a million times, is the media again are the ones who are pushing the nastiness about the English. So the media won't even talk about us because they know. I've lost count of how many people say I didn't even realise there was a real English party out there, a constitutional party that supports England, right? And the reason you don't know is because the media won't allow us to push forward. But there are ways of doing it. If we got someone standing in every English constituency, and by the way, you could stand in Wales if you wanted to for the English Democrats. If you're Welsh, I mean, I don't know what the rest of the party would think about it, but they'd probably say, yeah, that's all right, we'll go with that. Goona Mum, yes, mate, yeah, they do, they black us out. And then people say to us, listen, it's not difficult for people to understand this. It's not difficult for people to understand this. You're now seeing mainstream media trying to block things that President Trump's doing. You're seeing certain news channels in America and in the UK blocking the Biden laptop story, right? It's not difficult for them to have their 4 a.m. talking points. Do not mention the English, right? That's been drilled into everyone. Can Alex be trusted? He has had to sign a British official secret. You don't go when you pack in a job. Nosy poke. I've said to you, let me just go back because I'm seeing a lot of coloured Danny Graduans out there. Have we got candidates in every constituency? Just open that up. Best way to start. Don't forget, we're going to need a lot of assistance in helping with social media in Hertfordshire in particular, but that's going to be a really good area. Kent, Surrey, I believe, many others that we've got. Was it? And I'll think of it in a minute. Roger Hicks, he's stepping up to the mark on that as well. Have we got candidates in every constituencies? Let me have a look. Would Tommy come on board with the Constitution? Ask him. Heather Smith is the answer. I ain't got a problem with Tommy Robinson. Again, I'll tell you what I never played, and I should have played it to you. I'm not actually sure if I can play this or not. So I have to, here's a clip. It's on my channel. It's never been, now this is, I don't know if I should play this or whether I should put it out separately. No, I won't play it. How the frig do I get that off of there now? Oh, yeah, I know. There you go. I've gone back to my old thing. Right. Jordan Safer, basically. There's a little clip I've got him, and he's talking, and what he says was, "Stop what you're doing." So I haven't got a problem. I have got a problem with anyone that articulates that they're British, because it's the British that's attacking the English. And I'm hoping Robin listened, because no doubt he will come back with a number of things. But I think they do need to speak to people. I'll do this for the love of doing it, and for the love of my country. There are some other things I could say. I don't want to particularly destroy the UK column. They do come out with some really good stuff, to be honest with you. And that's why I wanted to play you that clip. Let me just ask and see if she's listening. To get DD's attention, you comment. You please put Daddy Dragon. You have the symbol in front of his name. Tony is asking if you can lead him to a copy of the English legal system. Tony, again, I've got loads of books. It's not difficult, but our constitution is very simple, right? It's called a common law English constitution, and it's made up of a number of documents. You have to be very careful with the people who say they want to rewrite it and codify it, because what they actually mean is, we want to take some of your rights away and get it signed up and ratified, and then you've lost them because you didn't know they existed. I hope you understand that. Senior on Dakar the hour. Sorry, forgot your nautical roots. There is a merry old England. Oh, thank you. Caustic, just seen your message there to people, Andy. Daddy Dragon, when are the police commissioners being elected and appointed? May 2021. It should have been May of this year. And the British government, yet again, have abused their position and their power by cancelling the elections and putting them off until next year. and they could indefinitely do it, which means you've got police commissioners that are in place that shouldn't be anymore. I personally think there's a constitutional issue with that. Nosy Pope, can Alex be trusted? And by the way, Andrew, if you know anyone wants to be a police commissioner, you've got to obviously be English in terms of you believe in the English constitution. One lady that does want to stand, she was born in Glasgow, she was brought up in England, she speaks, not that it matters if you've got a Scottish accent or not, but she believes she's English. And I've said, we haven't got a problem with the Scots. Nothing at all. I don't hate the Scots like the SNP hate the English. I don't hate the Welsh like the Plaid Cymru hate the English. I don't hate the Northern Irish in the same way as Sinn Féin hate the English. The only people I've got an issue with are the British, who are a minority and of every right that virtually every right that the English ever gave us, the British have taken away. End of. And the only way you're going to do that is to void the Acts of Union. A Russian vodka says made in China. Yeah. There's always an aggressive turn to people. Patriotic. Great talk with Alec earlier, Daddy. Well done, both of you. Thank you, Groove Dodger. Wake the beep up. Q, Daddy Dragon. You know I am German, but the show built me up and educated me. I'm over the moon. Marvellous. Wake the beep up. Listen, I consider you to be English, not German. But if you want to be German English, you can be. I ain't got a problem with that. All you got to do, and we will. Again, we went on to another subject, and I really wanted to answer the question about what is the test for Englishness. And again, I think the best thing to do there is to get a number of us to answer that. And we will, and I will answer it. Do they let Haggies be police commish yet? Don't know what that means. Wake, Q brother, are you one of us and one of you? One of the things that really cracks me up here is that I can see, with respect to Wake Up out there, how the Nazis took it always troubled me. How did 10% of the population take control of Germany, which was the Nazis, probably less than 10%? How did they do it? It always troubled me. And then I'm looking around now, don't watch mainstream media, and I'm seeing how they did it. Literally. With propaganda, with crooked scientists, with crooked politicians, with crooked judges. That's how they did it. And what you're going to see is a full-scale civil war in this country unless we take back control. Gooner Mum, I'm hoping he has. We need to keep it in greatest by the group in the government. Fear, thank you all. They have weapons. Propaganda, exactly that. And let me just say this to you. I've got another book here I was going to show you. If I can find it again. There it is. Do you remember me speaking to you? And one of the things I'm going to say to you, and I will share it. In fact, I do need to share it. Earth Rising, The Revolution. Here's a book for you, all right? Just have a look at that. Like I say, I'm open-minded, and I do read quite a bit. Dr. Nick Begish, his name is, and James Roderick, Towards 1,000 Years of Peace. And this book goes into detail about various things, including wireless energy. One of the other uses of HARP deals with the transfer of energy from the ground to space platforms and other low orbiting devices. The possibility of using this type of instrument was illustrated in the following press reports, and there's a number of an experimental airplane fueled by microwaves transmitted from Earth will take off in Canada this summer. In theory, it could stay aloft for months. By the next century, spacecraft could routinely rise to orbit on engines powered by energy beams, lifting large payloads at a tiny fraction of the current cost. And then it goes into a number of other bits and pieces, totally open project, all sorts of stuff. Liquid mirrors, in addition of what are called liquid mirror telescopes, in an interesting addition to the HARP. There's lots and lots of information in this book. I've gone through so much detail. Mind Control, the ultimate Brave New World. It would also appear that the possibility to create high fidelity speech in human body, raising the possibility of covert suggestion and psychological direction. Thus, it may be possible to talk to selected adversaries in a fashion that would be most disturbing to them. And that's part of the electromagnetic field. They actually used that, Mind Wars. Again, in this book, there is so much that I could go through. It is very, very interesting. And this guy's dad is called Earthrising, the Revolution Towards 1,000 Years of Peace. Dr. Nick Bijig, I think his name is. No doubt there are people out there that understand this. I can tell you that's a great book. So let's get back to a particular subject. Graham, let me just think of this. So the English perhaps wake up more when they're not, when we are not out of the EU in December, and it will brino and not what the people voted for. June Gower, you might be right. Again, avoiding the acts of union destroys everything, and it completely tears up the regions of this nation and takes us back to what we was. Let me have a look here. Christian Patriot, Vince Brown, hi there. English Democrat grows support in Birmingham and English media. I hope so. Truth isn't. David Greg asked, Graham, could you maybe put a list up with recommended reading books? Yeah, I could do that on my website. Oh, and incidentally, I tried something tonight, which I've never done before, and I'm wondering if it worked, because I actually put the video out. Let me have a look. Live on my website as well as YouTube. Right, so we're going to go and have a look and see if it actually works. I'm not sure if it did or it didn't, but I will go back and check that. There is a way that I can do it so it goes out on my website, which means that's why it's really important. Why have I just done that? Don't ask me why. I've just clicked it off again. It's gone pear-shaped. There it goes. Let me bring it up. Well, that one. Hopefully, I want to be seeing everyone again in about 2 seconds. There you go. You're all there. It all went pear-shaped for a minute there. Do apologise. So, people, yeah, I can do that. I'm going to definitely, there's a number of things I'm going to do. So the reason why it was so important that everyone comes on board with this database of names is if they take me off of YouTube, I'm still going to do the show, but I'm going to be doing it from the daddydragon.co.uk. So even if you don't, you must remember it's going to be on there. Now, what I'm trying to do at the moment is use it within that, and then that platform is always there. And you'll always be able to see it every single night. There's nothing they can do about that, apart from they could turn around to the people that are hosting it and say, take the site down, in which case I would pick up the domain and put it to a safe server in the US or whatever, and it will continue that way, just to let you know. So everything I can do, I'm trying to do. Can we convert British Olympian gold medalists? Say that again? Can we convert British Olympian gold medalists? What do you mean, to England? Yeah, of course you could. You just convert them to whatever country they was in. Globe, TARS, I think, preparation, local Dems. Let me have a quick look and see what I'm doing. Shouldn't be smoking on the show, but I can't go all this time without a cigarette. 336 watching. Don't forget to send this out. My dad was lit. but he made sure I love my country, England. Good. English Flower. I know I was born in Greenwich Hospital and lived in Thamesmead for 35 years. Did you? I've been in Elton for 6 years now. We need labour out of Greenwich. You're not kidding me. And there is a way of doing all of that. Alan Close, Ray, thank you, bro. Whatever that thank you was. Well, Perks, why not get a notice board on Telegram, Daddy Dragon? I see it is the most reliable platform. I've got to be honest with you, Rob. I don't know how to use Telegram. I've got it on my phone. I've had the account for 2 years, and I still ain't worked out how to use it properly. Although I know that one person that uses it, because all I see is ping, 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 ping all day is Tommy Robinson. And some really interesting stories, funny enough. To the Constitution. Yeah, definitely. Have a beer on that. Let me have a look and see if there's any other questions coming in. I pledge my allegiance to Daddy Dragon. I'm going to help you on your journey. See you in Hull. Pop and pop beans. Well done. But let me tell you something. Hopefully, our wonderful person, Laura, is listening. Laura, do you think I can play Jordan? It's a 2-minute clip. I've got it on my channel, and I've just took the clip off again off of one of my videos. They haven't touched it on my channel. They've left it alone. He's not talking about our favourite Anon, although he was. Daddy Tomo has been watching the show. How do you know that? John Pierce, Daddy Dragon, Donny. How do you know that Danny Tomo's been watching the show? You could just post a heads up. I could do. If I knew how to use it properly, I would. The Englishman, I was born in Bermondsey, but moved to Eltham in 1966. Ray Edmonds announced today a second English Patriot paper from the English Democrats. Yeah, Ray Edmonds, bang on the money. I'm looking forward to that. Can we start a dragon militia? There is a militia. You just need to set it up in each one of your areas. That's the only way you're going to take back control of England in the long run. If they don't want to, Danny Tomo. Can we start a dragon militia? Is it on your own channel? Yeah, but it isn't me. It is on my own channel. But I've took a clip from my channel where it was in a video on my channel. Yeah. So in other words, I did a video. This is to Laura while she's listening, 5p5, right? And in that video, I took a clip of Jordan Safer talking about be careful who you follow, right? And LARPs. And it's 2 minutes 20. And I've got it on this. And I took that clip because I wanted to show it to Alex Thompson. And I wanted to show it to UK Column in reference to why people need to start. You want to disassociate from the information giver. Yeah. My son's fit is in BRB. Right. What's BRB? Be right back. Well, I don't use Twitter or Facebook. I'll get a bit fed up with tech. So do I, to be honest with you. Danny Tomo. Let me have a look and see. Funny enough, Tommy Robinson's just sent another one out on Telegram. Bing. Right, let me have a quick look. Subscribe to YouTube channel. Thank you very much. 5v5 can't because we are monetized. You're not. So that is why they didn't flag yours. No, I don't. Well, I'm monetized in terms of. I'm monetized in. I don't monetize every video because otherwise they look at every video. So I have the super chat and the chat. But when it says, do you want to monetize or do you want adverts on this video? I always say no, because it's a pain in the arse and no one likes them anyway. And you don't earn no money out of them. Tracy, Truth, Alan Clues said, I asked Danny to contact you. Oh, did you? Well done, Alan Clues. The Englishman, Daddy Dragon, I'll put your videos on Simon the Rev's channel on Telegram every night. Oh, well done. I'll put your videos on Simon. Who is this Simon the Rev? Anyway, someone else said to me, you should get him on the show. If anyone contacts him, let him know. And if he's English and regards himself as English, then I'll let him on the show. Danny, cheers, mate, for watching. Contact DD. That includes Danny. Cheers, mate, for watching. Contact DD. Is he out there now then, Danny? I can't see Danny out there. Let me have a look. So if someone wants to put my email address out there, it'd be helpful. Danny Dragon, do you feel like Alex Thompson has got identity issue? Yeah, he has. And he's come out with something that quite a few people say. Danny Tomo and Tommy Robinson should pop in your channel for a chat. That will be good. No, I agree. I haven't got an issue with either of them. Although I don't know what they do in reference to that, but I could do a different video of a discussion with them and put it on my website rather than YouTube, and everyone can come and have a look at that. I think the people are cracking under the constant torture. People that are waking up are well fed up and surprisingly young. I say we ain't going to take it. About time. And again, if Danny Tomo or any of them are watching, don't forget you've also got the English Press Association, right? And I've got no issues whatsoever. It's not my association, but if Tommy Robinson wanted to join that, and this is an official English press card, right? Without any doubts whatsoever, it is a press card, and I regard Tommy Robinson as a journalist. So, Ray Edmonds, can you turn off notification on Telegram? Stop the pings. Ray Edmonds, how the F do I do that? Let me have a look. Anyway, we're only on for a couple more minutes, but I will try and stop the pings. Is the pinging really annoying people? If it is, I'll tell you what I can do. I won't do that, but I'll shut my phone down. Right, there is something else I want to say to people, and it's really important. I'm going to do a video tomorrow. I might even do it tonight and get it out there. Paula, Pippa's mum, is feeling a lot of pressure at the moment. She feels like all of the medical professionals are against her. I had a conversation with her earlier. I'm going to go up and see her, hopefully at 12 noon tomorrow in London. She sounded pretty down. One of the things that I want everyone to do, and I'm going to try and work out a way of doing this, I want everyone to send, and I will do it. I think the best thing for me is to send the video out tomorrow. I want everyone to send Pippa Knight a get well card. So the hospital and Paula, the mum, but more importantly, the hospital and the medical profession can see that there are a number of people watching this case, because we're not allowed to publicise it, right? But for everyone to send a card, get well to Pippa, it will send a massive vibe from you to Pippa and Pippa's mum, because she's definitely feeling down. I've spoke to Kate. I'm going to ring Kate again tomorrow, hopefully. And tomorrow night we've also got, we're coming up to a few minutes. Tomorrow night we've got Dr. Kevin Corbett on the show tomorrow night. So again, people should be able to see that. We have now got Breaking Spectre coming on. So what I'm going to be doing is saying goodbye to everyone. Don't forget what I believe in. The Constitution is the solution. Well, you're not allowed to write to the hospital. You're not supposed to what hospital she's in, really. So I've got to find out a way in which people can send the cards, and then we can just give them to Paula, Pippa's mum. And the bigger the bag, the cards, the better. And I mean, literally, if we can get thousands of cards, get well soon cards sent to Pippa, it will literally lift Paula, the mum, because again, she wants me to look through some paperwork tomorrow, which I said I will do. The medical profession are coming out with contradictory things, and basically they're saying that they want to let Pippa die, and that she's not responsive. Paula said that's complete rubbish. She is responsive. And you know, when she asks her to touch her hair, she touches her hair. That's not a reflex. That is listening to a command from her mum and doing it. So I don't like what they're doing, and I think we need to give her as much help as possible. That's it. So thank you for the prayers for Pippa. I will be doing a video about that. I've got to try and work out a way of doing it so we can get these, sent to Pippa's mum, Paula. But I'll need an address that we can do it without it causing a problem for her mum. Right. Did I just hear Breaking Spectre cough in the background?
Nope, wasn't me.
Someone coughed in the background. I'm sure I heard someone cough. Who coughed?
Who you got hiding behind your green screen back there?
Hang on. Oh, blimey, who's that? No, not really. Right. I'll be looking for ghosts in a minute. Right. Again, Breaking Spectre, I'm now going to hand over to you, my friend.
Outstanding. How's the new digs over on the Tiger Network working out for you? I haven't heard you say too much about that since starting up over there.
It seems to be going all right. I mean, I don't really keep an eye on it. The other thing that I am doing now is within Restream, and I've just upgraded again. People support the channel. We're paying for this, not for me, not me. There is a function within that to put some code on the website so the video is streamed to my website. So I'm also going to be doing that.
Cool.
Which means you don't have to rely on any other platform but your own. If they take obviously your domain down, that's a different thing. And if they do that, I'm sure there is a legal position that you could be taking them back. So there you go.
Outstanding. Well, yeah, I gave it a whirl the other day, and then Sunday night the site went down. So
did it?
Yeah, it. I don't know if it was DDoS or what happened, but I think 8kun and our aggregators and some of that all went down, but they came right back up. But it did take a little bit for Tiger Network to come back. So hopefully our friends behind the scenes know what to do in order to make that work. And if you follow them on Twitter, you can kind of see what exactly strategically it is that they're playing with. But yeah, I think it's still going to be a viable option. I think it's a matter of build it, they will come, and we'll put it through its paces.
Yeah, no, I agree. No doubt we're all going to be grafting away there. But anyway, I'm going to let you get on with your show.
Alrighty, well, appreciate it, DD, as always, from across the pond. Glad to have you guys aboard. Glad to have you guys across the pond sticking around for this hour. We got a lot of competition this hour, apparently. I see RSBN is firing up with a POTUS rally in, what did it say, Gastonia, I think, North Carolina is where he's at. And of course, I'm still going against 412 on We the People Insider, still going strong over on D Live as well. About 4,000 or 5,000 folks sitting over there. So hopefully, bring some of those eyeballs back across this way when he's done. In keeping toe with everything, it looks like we finally hit about 700 followers over on D Live. I'd love to see that number up much, much higher than that by end of show today here. So I'm going to drop the link yet again. If you are not signed up over on D Live, get over there. That is where we are at. 5x5, We the People Insider, Patriot Soapbox, ourselves. Look like Methods was over there a little while ago as well. Looks like the place to be. So if you can get over there, get signed up. That is where we will broadcast from in the event something bad happens here on the YouTube side. Let me get things switched up here real quick, and we will get on with it. There we go. All right. So, as I alluded to prior to DD coming on the airwaves earlier, I do want to talk about a couple things here in regards to the impending suit brought about by the DOJ against Google. And I started to get into that a little bit via the Reclaim the Net article, kind of stopped short a little bit. But I'm going to pick that back up again here. Let me see here real quick. There we go. Let's try that. So yesterday, the headline changed a couple of times throughout the day on Zero Hedge's side. And it started off with, did DOJ finally file sweeping antitrust lawsuit against Google, which later changed to what you see here. Elizabeth Warren says federal antitrust lawsuit against Google doesn't go far enough. And that's interesting because, we've sat and watched these guys on the hot seat in many hearing and so forth, Senate, House, you name it. It's the same dog and pony show. Last time they brought the jokers in via Zoom conference, and we got to watch the inept government try and handle technical issues, and that via video streaming and that, et cetera, as farcical as it was. And yeah, here we are yet again, probably going to be seeing the same dog and pony show play out with the likes of @Jack up on the hill. I'm sure the rest of the Silicon Valley cronies in that will be there as well. But it's both sides of the aisle that are ribbing it for fairly different reasons. So I'm going to get into this article here today, but here's the twist. I'm going to couple that with a financial article on that came out yesterday as well. And it's going to give us pause, I think, something we're going to have to think about a little bit on how things are playing out in front of us. That being said, let me just get into it. It says, update as of 1 o'clock yesterday, Elizabeth Warren just became the first high-profile Democrat to officially step forward and accuse the DOJ of not doing enough to target Google in its latest lawsuit. In a tweet, Warren claimed that two things can be true, that Bill Barr can be a corrupt, quote-unquote, Trump crony, and that there is a legit antitrust case against Google. In fact, the case could have gone further, Warren said. And there you see her tweet says two things can be true. The case is clear. In fact, it could have gone further. It must move forward without political interference. And of course, basing that on a Washington Compost article, for what it's worth. So anyway, meanwhile, an unnamed Google exec told Bloomberg that the company will, quote, potentially file pre-trial motions challenging theories in the DOJ lawsuits. And I'm sure they've pretty well got this down pat by now, folks, because it isn't just the U.S., as I alluded to earlier, that has been going after Google. We've seen the folks in the EU go after them for much the same reasons on this AdSense, how much of the market they actually control, and the stick that they wield. We saw this play out back in 2016 during the election time when they started burying search results for folks like InfoWars and Natural News and put them way, 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 way down on the search list to where you couldn't even find them. Flash forward 4 years, and here we are, all the more powerful, all the more folks net they've gobbled up. In effect, Google is larger than the government. And so I contend, and I'll pontificate here briefly before moving on, that the price of doing business will be the DOJ will just say, all right, we'll issue a very hefty fine. And by the way, we'll overlook any charges brought against you in favor of said fine, and we'll just call that the price of doing business. How much you want to bet that's the way it's going to go? Raise your hand. In any case, as of 11:30 yesterday, update AG William Barr released a statement about the Google suit, saying millions of Americans rely on the internet and online platforms, and that competition in this industry is vitally important. And there we see the Justice Department yesterday. Today, millions of Americans rely on the internet and online platforms. Competition in this industry is vitally important, which is why today's challenge against Google for violating antitrust laws is a monumental case for both the DOJ and for the American people. Since my confirmation, I have prioritized the department's review of online market-leading platforms to ensure that our technology industries remain competitive. This lawsuit strikes the heart of Google's grip over the internet for millions of American consumers, advertisers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs beholden to an unlawful monopolist. That the quote being out of William Barr yesterday. And of course, in the Reclaim the Net article and that covered earlier, we highlighted the AGs from several Republican states also joining suit. So continuing on, it says, as of 10:30 update yesterday, Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen led a brief phone briefing with reporters on Tuesday where he essentially confirmed all of the reporting from this morning's WSJ Scoop. Rosen added that the lawsuit accused Google of violating Section 2 of the Sherman Act, the same statute that was used during Bill Clinton's presidency to carry out a host of antitrust litigation, including the landmark case against Microsoft. And again, if you're with us the first hour of the day, I brought that up as well, that, back in the day, back when Windows 95 and 98 and NT and all these fantabulous platforms were rolled out on PCs, Billy Gates boy decided, hey, you know what? Let's give him a leg up and we'll just put Internet Explorer on every single one of these. And of course, they saw that as an unfair competitive advantage to Microsoft. And it basically thwarted folks from going after and downloading the likes of Firefoxes and various other browsers that were available at the time. And now, of course, today we see that flourishes with the likes of Firefox. You got Opera, you got Brave, you got a number of them. And of course, they broke that up. That being said, it says for years there had been concerns about business practices leading to unprecedented concentrations in our economy. Rosen began, adding that the Antitrust Division has been looking at Google and its antitrust practices for more than a year now. Rosen called Google a gatekeeper of the internet and one of the wealthiest companies on the planet, saying it has maintained its monopoly standing via anti-competitive practices that are necessary to enable competition. If the DOJ doesn't act, Rosen said, Americans could risk missing out on the next wave of companies. If that happens, Americans may never get to see the next Google. And of course, that's absolutely true. It's stifling. The question is will we allow it? We plan to continue our review of market-leading internet tech platforms, he said. Rosen added that AG Barr made the case is a priority within the department. Rosen thanked the DOJ Antitrust Division and the DOJ's partners in each state capital for all their hard work on the case. And there's the complaint. I'll bring that up here momentarily. We'll go through part of it at least. As of 10 a.m. yesterday, an interesting tweet from Fox Business senior reporter / fitness enthusiast Charlie Gasparino says, I hear shares of Google are up after the Justice ATR case because the Fed plans to institute its emergence powers to keep Goog from crashing and talking down the entire market. Talking down? I think I knew what he meant. Stocks have climbed since the open after news about the Google lawsuit hammered U.S. futures. As we wait for the DOJ briefing on the lawsuit, it's worth noting that Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google owner Alphabet, will testify on Capitol Hill next week. As for why Dem states didn't sign on to the antitrust suit, CNBC's Ilan Mui reported, citing details in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times reports, that there was some resistance from staff attorneys and ultimately Democratic states declined to sign on, along with many Republican states, all of which are now free to bring their own charges. A guest who appeared on CNBC following Mui's report pointed out that one of the biggest differences between Google and Microsoft is that Google's products are mostly free for end users and are also tremendously well liked. Well, define free. I mean, at the end of the day, we are the product and they are selling our data against our will. Just because we sign the end user license agreements that we all tend to snow through does not mean that we necessarily agree for them on the back end to monetize our data and sell it. But that's exactly what they are doing. So as of 9 yesterday morning, Reuters has some more details about Tuesday's Google lawsuit, which the DOJ has now confirmed. The Google case is most significant antitrust action in decades. Google abused its dominant position in search market, U.S. says. Google accused by U.S. of abusing market power in landmark case. U.S. Google antitrust case joined by 11 states. More official details are expected during a briefing set for Tuesday morning. but many of the key details have already appeared in press reports. Republican Senator Josh Hawley accused Google of keeping power through illegal means and called the lawsuit the most important antitrust case in a generation. Reuters also notes that the federal lawsuit marks a rare moment of comedy between the Trump administration and progressive Democrats like Elizabeth Warren, who has called for swift, aggressive action. Senator Ted Cruz took to CNBC's Squawk Box earlier to trash Google and its big tech peers for abusing their market position and censoring conservative voices. And I guess I'll play maybe just a snippet of this. They're maximizing profits, and guess to whose expense that is. That's to ours. Every day that we're logged onto YouTube, use any Google service. Again, I highlighted this before. Any ads or anything that show up on your tablet, your phone, your PC, whatever, guess what? That's all being monetized. And I hear Super Ted saying no sound. Hang on. Bear with me here. I could have swore I hit the box going in. Perhaps not. But in any case, I'll allow this to play forward or just getting into the conversation.
$1 billion sitting around in cash. I guess that's kind of the money between the seats and the sofa. But it's not just profit maximization at the expense of consumers, because they're also monetizing your data, your private data, and they're using, so Google owns YouTube, and they use that to censor free speech, to censor political conduct. This comes right on top of what we saw.
So that's exactly right. All the various platforms that we're on, even as we're on the platform now, is all being monetized. And so they make money hand over fist, regardless of what way you use their platforms, all based on your data. And again, it boils down to probably the fine print that we all skim over and just hurry up and hit the little radio button that says, I agree, move on. And guess what's buried in there that we probably don't pay much attention to? We're signing off our data. And it's time we put an end to it. Let's continue on.
Saw last week where Twitter and Facebook both decided to censor the New York Post and to silence news reporting. The New York Post had two blockbuster stories of alleged corruption of Joe Biden, one concerning Ukraine, another concerning his being offered millions of dollars from communist China. And both Twitter and Facebook prevented users. You couldn't tweet a link to those.
And that's exactly right. We've seen here in recent days, as the story is broken against Hunter Biden, that they have opted to go full tyrannical and just thwart the spread of information. Now, did you sign up for that? Any end user agreements, Annette, on any of these platforms? I don't think so. So it's going to be very interesting. We saw Nunes bring suit against folks like @Jack for about 25 million or 250 million or whatever it was, and that was dismissed. But never underestimate the power of a class action lawsuit. Let's stay tuned here. Hang on.
Those articles, they shut it down. Not only that, they've still shut down. Right now today, the New York Post can't put on social media its own stories. That really crossed a threshold. It crossed a line we've never seen before. We have seen big tech trying to censor individual users. We've never seen them taking on one of the biggest and most respected media outlets around. The New York Post is over 200 years old and was founded by Alexander.
That's right. He's going to touch upon how old New York Post is. It's been around much longer than these big tech companies, and yet they too are the ones that are being censored. It's going to be very interesting because I can guarantee you, if we don't hop on the bandwagon and sue them, I guarantee you that the folks at over New York Post probably will, and they probably won't be the only party signed on to that ticket. Let's listen to the rest of what old Cruz has got to say.
Hamilton And a handful of Silicon Valley billionaires are now saying they decide what the New York Post can report. They decide, presumably, what CNBC can report. That is a terrifying assertion of power, and it's an abuse of monopoly power to do it.
Senator, you stole my thunder because...
Yeah. So the question is will Congress do anything about it outside of the DOJ taking action? That's going to be probably the telltale sign, because at the end of the day, how many times have we seen these jokers up on the Hill and absolutely nothing takes place? And yeah, they make the rah-rah speeches. They get their sound bites out there and on the media, and we eat it up on the Gateway Pundits and True Pundits and Zero Hedges and Daily Callers, the Hill, and everything else that's out there. But nothing technically happens. Why do you suppose that is? Well, let's suppose we take a look over at Open Secrets at any given senator, any given congressman, and see just who exactly pads their campaign pockets. Oh, you mean Google, Facebook, Twitter, and those guys also shell dollars to the Dems and the Republicans? Perhaps a little bit of a conflict of interest. In any case, the article continues, says some may remember that Google settled on FTC antitrust probe into Google over alleged bias in its search practice that favored Google's own products. It has also settled a trio of major antitrust suits with EU antitrust chief Margaret Vestager. If I'm not mistaken, I think she's over in the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken. Google saw revenue of $162 billion in 2019, more than the GDP of the entire nation of Hungary. This could be only the beginning for Google, as more lawsuits could be in the offing, since probes by state attorneys general into Google's broader businesses are underway, as well as an investigation of its broader digital advertising businesses. A group of state AGs led by Texas is expected to file a separate lawsuit focused on Google's digital advertising business as soon as November, while a group led by the AG in Colorado is reportedly weighing a more wide-ranging lawsuit. And so the original article, dating back to about 8 o'clock yesterday morning-ish, says the Google news has rattled the market as investors contemplate the prospect the DOJ partnered with the state AGs, launching historic lawsuits against more big tech firms, thereby pulling the rug out from under the market. And here we see the FANG stocks and that all lump summed into that, and what happened when that news broke. Says the case against Google will be the first major DOJ antitrust lawsuit to take on big tech since the DOJ sued Microsoft in the late 1990s, a suit that began during the year that Google was founded in a garage in the Bay Area. According to details of the suit leaked to the Wall Street Journal, details that have been previously outlined during leaks about the investigation, when that was still ongoing, Google is being accused of maintaining its status as gatekeeper to the internet via an unlawful web of exclusionary and interlocking deals that effectively shut out competitors. These deals include all the money Google pays to phone manufacturers, carriers, and makers of browsers like Apple's Safari to ensure that Google's search engine is preset as a default on millions of smartphones, even those produced by competitors like Apple. DOJ is also taking issue with Google's Android operating system, which preloads Google's search application in a way that it can't be deleted. These revenue-sharing agreements have allowed Google to ensure that no search competitor can challenge its dominance. Google handles about 80% of all internet searches executed in the U.S. each year. During an interview with Senator Ted Cruz on CNBC, which we just got done watching, says the senator pointed out that the lawsuit comes just a week after Twitter and Facebook worked to shut down a series of New York Post stories alleging shady and corrupt behavior by Hunter Biden and members with his family, revealing that the scope of their international influence selling was larger than candidate Joe Biden has led the public to believe. If big tech companies are going to use their monopoly power to try and silence political speech, then the government isn't going to hold back, Cruz said. DOJ antitrust head Makan Delrahim sat for an interview with CNBC's David Faber yesterday. Though he has been recused from the Google case, he hinted about the upcoming charges. To be sure, it could be years before this case reaches a trial or settlement, which was the outcome during the Microsoft case. So it continues on. I'm not going to hit the rest of that. The DOJ antitrust lawsuit against Google has been joined by 11 states: Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, South Carolina, and Texas. And that's what we saw happen to their stock yesterday morning. So as the suit alleges here, let's get that out of there, in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, United States of America, U.S. Department of Justice. You got the Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, all the AGs from the respective states cited on there. The complaint says the United States of America, acting under the direction of the Attorneys General of the United States and the states of Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, South Carolina, and Texas, acting through their respective attorneys general, bring this action under Section 2 of the Sherman Act, 15 U.S.C. Section 2, to restrain Google, LLC, Google, from unlawfully maintaining monopolies in the markets for general search services, search advertising, and general search text advertising in the United States through anti-competitive and exclusionary practices, and to remedy the effects of this conduct. So the nature of the action. 2 decades ago, Google became the darling of Silicon Valley as a scrappy startup with an innovative way to search the emerging internet. That Google is long gone. The Google of today is a monopoly gatekeeper for the internet and one of the wealthiest companies on the planet, with a market value of $1 trillion and annual revenue exceeding $160 billion. For many years, Google has used anti-competitive tactics to maintain and extend its monopolies in the markets for general search services, search advertising, and general search text advertising, the cornerstone of its empire. Number 2 says, as in many other businesses, a general search engine must find an effective path to consumers for it to be successful. Today, general search engines are distributed primarily on mobile devices, smartphones, tablets, and computers, desktops, and laptops. These devices contain web browsers, software applications for accessing information on the internet, and other search access points that call on a general search engine to respond to a user's query. Over the last 10 years, internet searches on mobile devices have grown rapidly, eclipsing searches on computers and making mobile devices the most important avenue for search distribution in the United States. For a general search engine, by far the most effective means of distribution is to be the preset default general search engine for mobile and computer search access points. Even where users can challenge the default, they rarely do. This leaves a preset default general search engine with de facto exclusivity. As Google itself has recognized, this is particularly true on mobile devices, where defaults are especially sticky. For years, Google has entered into exclusionary agreements, including tying arrangements and engaged in anti-competitive conduct to lock up distribution channels and block rivals. Google pays billions of dollars each year to distributors, including popular device manufacturers such as Apple, LG, Motorola, and Samsung, major U.S. wire carriers such as AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, and browser developers such as Mozilla, Opera, and UC Web, to secure default status for its general search engine and, in many cases, to specifically prohibit Google's counterparties from dealing with Google's competitors. Some of these agreements also require distributors to take a bundle of Google apps, including its search apps, and feature them on devices in prime positions where consumers are most likely to start their internet searches. And so this is going to continue on. There's about, about 64 pages to this. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I think we get the idea behind this, that it's about time. However, I want you to contrast this with what I'm about to cover. And this should be equally as important in my mind as to the goings on behind the DOJ, and should likely give us pause. So yesterday, while all that's happening, if you've not paid attention here over the last several years, there's been this little scandal that has gone on with a little bank called Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs got into bed with some folks over in the Southeast Asian region with 1MDB. And they did a little dance and traded some dollars corruptly, and lo and behold, they got caught. And so I'm paraphrasing a lot of this, folks. If you've followed this story for as long as it's been out there, basically the DOJ brought the hammer against Goldman Sachs. Basically, they paid a huge fine, and Goldman gets a slap on the wrist and gets to walk the other way. So let me get into this story. It says Goldman to pay $2.8 billion in long-awaited 1MDB settlement deal. Asian unit to plead guilty. And just like every other bank malfeasance that has gone on, the corruption that has gone on with the banksters, yet another slap on the wrist. This story, too, was updated throughout the day yesterday. About 1:30 says Wall Street Journal is now reporting that Goldman will pay a total of $2.2 billion plus an additional $600 million, some of which has already been paid to foreign regulators, as part of a deferred prosecution agreement with the DOJ. As part of the deal, one of the bank's Asian unit will plead guilty to charges in the U.S. The U.S.-based parent company, meanwhile, will be bound by a DPA that could allow prosecutors to target the bank with criminal penalties if the agreement is violated. On the bright side, for Goldman, the deal won't require the bank to hire an independent monitor, an extremely costly process, as Wall Street Journal points out. The bank is still making quarterly updates to the monitor it was forced to hire in the wake of claims it deliberately sold customers worthless mortgage bonds during the run-up to the crisis. The settlement will be announced later this week. So getting into this, the story continues, says Goldman Sachs is reportedly on the cusp of settling one of the biggest criminal cases involving a Wall Street bank since the financial crisis. According to a Bloomberg News report published late Monday evening, the vampire squid has reached a tentative agreement with the DOJ to pay more than $2 billion in penalties, a figure that Bloomberg noted is broadly in line with analysts' expectations, quote unquote. And here's the key bit: allows the bank to avoid all criminal penalties. Yeah, let me repeat that one more time. The bank gets to avoid all criminal penalties. Just the price of doing business. A little slap on the wrist, couple billion here, couple billion there, a few $100 million there, and voila, we don't have to have any oversight, and basically we own you. Yeah, it's just the business price you pay for doing business with the government. That last bit is especially important because, as we've chronicled over the past few years, many of the bank's top executives appeared to have been personally involved with the deal. Namely Lloyd Blankfein, who used to be the CEO, who stepped down, what's it been? Earlier part of this year, late last year, something like that, which was initially brought in by Tim Leisner, formerly the bank's top man in Southeast Asia, before he was suspended over the deal, before agreeing to cooperate with the feds against his former employer, where he reportedly told authorities about the endemic culture of corruption at play within the bank. Though we can't be certain, we suspect that the timing of former Goldman chief Lloyd Blankfein's departure was influenced by the unfurling scandal. He suddenly left the bank right around the time that Leisner's flipped. Word on the street was that Goldman would be made to admit guilt as part of the deal. Indeed, a leak about an imminent deal published nearly 1 year ago claimed that the bank had reluctantly agreed to the plea. Apparently, the bank's legal team was able to avert this amid whispers that connections between Goldman's representatives and the current leaders of the DOJ might create conflicts of interest, a negotiating tactic the bank appears to have leveraged to its advantage. Note, the deal is reportedly coming just weeks before a close American presidential election. The deal comes just months after Goldman agreed to pay $3.9 billion in reparations, quote unquote, to the government of Malaysia for its role in raising the $6.5 billion that seeded the 1MDB Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is supposed to be used to finance public projects, but was instead drained by cronies of former Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak, who has been convicted in Malaysia for his role in the region's largest ever financial fraud. That settlement included $2.5 billion in cash payments from Goldman to the Malaysian government. But the fraud's true ringleader was a mysterious financier named J. Lo. Isn't that cute? Who allegedly orchestrated the siphoning off of money from the fund, which was dispersed to bank accounts controlled by Razak and others controlled by Lo and presumably other cronies. Lowe went on to spend the money on a seemingly endless stream of luxury goods, jewels, fine arts, yachts. Lowe even used some of the money to finance the film The Wolf of Wall Street and to make illegal campaign contributions to the campaign of former President Barack Obama. This, after Razek was once criticized for his Gulf diplomacy with the former president while his country struggled from historic floods. And the DOJ has seized billions of dollars of these ill-gotten gains and even returned some of the stolen money to Malaysia. Goldman has struck deals with prosecutors in at least 3 countries over its role in 1MDB and Singapore. The bank could face serious criminal penalties if it is caught violating its settlement agreement. All told, the bank will pay $5 billion in cash penalties tied to 1MDB, an amount that's roughly in line with expectations. And of course, Zero Hedge had this snarky tweet yesterday. It says Goldman pays $2 billion in 1MDB corruption probe, avoids criminal conviction. That's how the legal system really works. Says in return, the bank and its top executives will simply walk away while Eisner, who pleaded guilty 2 years ago per this plea deal, and another banker who was arrested in connection with the investigation are left to face the music. And that time here has only had about 25,000 views, surprisingly. So I'm going to drop that there for a second. And we really have to look at both of these cases and square ourselves to what could potentially play out with everything we've been told is going to play out with these cronies, these bad apples and that are out there, right? Here you got 2 cases. You got one, big tech, Google, that supposedly the DOJ is going to, using air quotes behind the scenes, go after. But at the same time, we saw the DOJ, quote unquote, go after Goldman Sachs. And what did they get out of the deal? Well, no criminal charges, perhaps a little bit of a hefty fine. But do we really expect that anything is going to change in regards to a potential case brought by attorneys general of the states, the DOJ, against the likes of Google's, the Facebooks, and the rest of the tech oligarchs at this point? I think we really need to question that, frankly. Very, very troubling. And again, one thing to consider as part of this and where this all leads. Yes, we know that the draining of the swamp continues. Yes, we have been told about the various players in the FBI, in the DOJ, in the clown organizations, etc., over the years have been fired, removed, what have you. But is anything really technically changing? Because if this is any indication as to where things are going to go, judging by what just happened with Goldman Sachs, we're in big time trouble. And I think it would give us pause to look at what is going on with the likes of Bill Barr and Durham both. And if that is indeed the case, God help us, because it's going to be up to the people to take care of business. You know, as the saying goes, the government is like fire, a fearful master, right? I'm paraphrasing the George Washington quote here. But at the same time, there's also an old mantra that says we can't expect the government to reform itself. And that's exactly what a lot of us have put our hope in. Is it misguided hope? That's the question I would have for folks here today. Do we have perhaps some misguided hope in everything that we have seen play out over the better part of 3 years with this operation in place? Again, looking at these 2 particular cases, Goldman Sachs, the banksters, the vampire squid, as they have been called for probably better than 100 years now, is no different in my mind than what we're about to see play out with Google. And yes, the litigation will take time, but in the end, is it going to be just another case of the price of doing business with the government? Because as we well know, folks, at the end of the day, what was Google founded upon? DARPA. What was Facebook founded upon? DARPA. Is DARPA not the government at the end of the day? When those IPOs took place back in 2001 or whatever it was, 2004, I'm trying to recall from memory for Facebook, do you think those employees just magically left and they wheeled in a whole bunch of new folks and suddenly as the IPO took place, Facebook took off on the marketplace and voila, a star was born with big tech? No, it's all the same folks. So, again, as this plays out, we're going to have to keep a very, very watchful eye on this. We're going to have to hold POTUS and the rest of these folks to the fire on getting the job done. If not, it is going to be up to us. We can and will go around them and through them and without them if need be. At the end of the day, we've got a lot of smart folks sitting on the sidelines at this point. A lot of folks who, since the beginning of this COVID scamdemic, have had to file first-time unemployment. We're somewhere north of 50, 60 million. Probably about I'd say probably not close, pretty close to maybe about a third of the population here in the United States. A lot of smart folks. You think we can't get it done? You think there isn't some ingenuity here in this country that couldn't rebuild something new and do away with them entirely? I would like to think so. All right, so that is something to chew on here today that I want to impart upon you. Look at these two cases, Goldman Sachs versus Google. Compare and contrast. Are we going to see anything different? And so that leads me to my next story that I want to touch upon here today, as it is election season. But what happens if no one wins? Has anybody considered that? What happens if no one technically wins? Here we are, about 18 days out now, I think, something along those lines. 17, I don't know. I've lost track already. But this question is posed, and it's a pretty good one. Let me walk you through this. As John Yu and Robert Delaney says, the Constitution provides for election crisis, and its provisions favor Trump. Interesting. So, me being the guy that I am that likes to read, study the Constitution, been through the Federalist Papers, was rather intrigued by this article. Hopefully you guys are too. Says this article was co-written with Robert J. Delahunty, law professor of St. Thomas University. This coming from AmericanMind.org. Says conservatives and liberals agree on few things, but one of them is that the country may well see an election crisis this year. All of the ingredients seem to be present: a closely and bitterly divided electorate, the threat of violence and disruption on election day or after, and the unusual circumstance of the COVID-19 scamdemic. In this essay, we provide a short roadmap through the main legal and constitutional issues that could arise if Election Day result in a clear winner of the presidency, identify opportunities for political mischief, and explain why the weight of the constitutional structure favors President Donald Trump in a contested election. So here are the unusual circumstances. A crucial fact in this year's election is that, largely because of COVID, an unprecedented number of voters will vote by mail. According to the Washington Compost, 84% of the electorate, or 198 million eligible voters, will be able to vote by mail this year. In the 2016 election, roughly 25% of the votes were cast by mail. This year, as many of half the ballots may be mailed in. Republicans tend to prefer voting in person, while Dems tend to prefer absentee balloting. In the swing state of North Carolina, Democrats requested 53% of the absentee ballots, and Republicans 15%. A July poll reported that 60% of the Dems in Georgia, but only 28% of the Republicans are likely to vote by mail. Counting mailed votes could make a decisive difference on Election Day. In the 2012 election, 44 bolstered his winning margin substantially in swing states like Florida, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania through overtime votes. HRC picked up tens of thousands of overtime votes in 2016, though not enough to win. Last April, over 79,000 Wisconsin ballots arrived after Election Day and were counted by court order in a state that Trump carried in 2016 by about 23,000 votes. In Michigan's August primary, 6,405 ballots missed the deadline and were not counted. Trump carried that state by 10,000 votes. And I'll pause there and think about what we just learned yesterday. The Supreme Court now has said that guess what? Out of Pennsylvania, they are going to allow ballots that have been mailed in, perhaps up to 3 days. I don't remember what all was said in that particular article, but that those ballots will now indeed be counted, right? and I'm going to touch upon a scenario at the end of this. I don't remember if this article gets into this per the Transition Integrity Project, but we'll touch upon that here at the end as well. It says, in one plausible scenario, Trump appears to be the winner on the morning after Election Day, but a blue wave begins in the days and weeks after, and Biden claims a belated overtime victory. Both Dems and Republicans have sought either to enlarge or restrict the opportunities for absentee voting. A massive amount of litigation is already taking place. At last count, 279 COVID-related election cases are currently underway in 45 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. And that tally does not include other litigation over other election issues. Vote counting problems and the litigation they will generate do not end once deadlines are decided. States must match signatures on ballots to those on voter rolls and verify that each ballot is valid. Although some key states permit pre-election day verification, others do not. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan were among the latter. Real problems will emerge here, Karl Rove has warned, especially when there is a big increase in mail-in ballots over 2016. In Pennsylvania, for example, 84,000 people voted by mail in the 2016 primaries, and 2020, 1.5 million did. In the best of circumstances, matching signatures on mail-in ballots to those on file with the state from voter registration, ballot applications, or the DMV is not, to the untrained eye, an easy task. Repeated and time-consuming challenges to the verification process will delay a final official count. So let's talk about the electoral count. Well, the delayed election results could mean much more than the inconvenience of waking up on November 4th and not knowing who is president. They could trigger a constitutional crisis that would shake the country to its foundations. An old federal statute, the Electoral Count Act of 1887, establishes deadlines for the states to report their official results and for the 538 members of the Electoral College to meet. The latter date this year is December 14th, or 41 days after Election Day. The state deadline this year is December 8th. The date is a safe harbor. If a state reports in time, Congress will accept its electors. The act provides that if any controversy or contest remains after December 8th, Congress will decide which electors, if any, may cast their state's vote in the Electoral College. Delays in counting the votes could well encroach on the December 8th deadline. State legislators and governors might come under mounting pressure to designate electors on their own if the popular vote remains incomplete, especially if there are allegations of fraud or abuse. Article 2 of the Constitution provides that each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. The time when state legislatures directly appointed electors themselves are long gone. Since the 19th century, states have delegated that power to their voters. But as the Supreme Court noted in Bush versus Gore, a state, quote-unquote, can take back the power to appoint electors. The constitutional question is not whether, but how a state legislature could reclaim the appointment of electors. States have provided by statute for the selection of their electors by their voters. Therefore, one might argue, they may only resume that power with a second superseding statute. On the other hand, the Constitution specifically designates state legislatures rather than the executives or a combination of the two to choose the electors. A state legislature might argue that a past legislature and governor cannot constrain its discretion to choose electors today. Is it likely that state legislatures in battleground states could reclaim their constitutional power before the December 8th deadline looms? Probably not. While Republicans control the state legislatures in 6 key battleground states, only 2 of those states also have Republican governors, Arizona and Florida. In 4 other contested states, Republicans control the legislature, but Dems control the executive: Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Only if the Constitution allows state legislatures acting without the governor to choose the electors could those states cast electoral votes in a disputed popular election. But there is another scenario in which the state legislatures could designate electors if litigation held up by a definitive accounting of the popular vote. This requires a closer look at the Electoral Count Act. The Act contemplates a post-election period in which states have the opportunity to resolve any quote-unquote controversy or contest in accordance with their pre-election law through judicial or other methods or procedures. Once this process has reached a definitive conclusion or final ascertainment, the governor is then to certify the electors. But the Act presupposes that all such controversies or contests have run their course before the governor submits the certified list of electors. What if December 8th is at hand and the controversies are still going on? Think of that. Think of what we know about the Transition Integrity Project, what they plan on doing up to and through the election, all the way to Inauguration Day if need be. Watch the left hand. Don't watch the right, what they want us to watch, but watch the left hand. Another provision of the Act could come into play. If a state has held an election on November 3rd and has failed to make a choice by the December 8th deadline, the Act declares that the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day, after November 3rd, in such a manner as the legislature of such state may direct. That failure could arise from fraud, uncertainty, ongoing recounts, or litigation. In those circumstances, a state could be said to have failed to make a choice, and its legislature could pick the electors. That analysis presumes, however, that the Act is constitutional. The founders anticipated the possibility that the Electoral College would fail. In fact, they may not have foreseen political parties that would present the same presidential candidates in every state. Instead, several founders seem to have thought that the states would often propose local favorites, that the Electoral College would reach no majority in the face of multiple candidates, and that the election would have to go to a backup procedure. No candidate may win in the Electoral College for less noble reasons as well. Suppose states send electoral votes that, even if certified by the governor, remain under question, whether because of fraud in the vote, inability to count the ballots accurately under neutral rules, or a dispute between branches of a state government. While the Electoral Count Act appears to create safe harbors for a state's report of its Electoral College votes, the act itself might prove unconstitutional. Under the 12th Amendment, the President of the Senate, in effect the Vice President, shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates of the electoral votes of the states, and the votes shall then be counted. Left unclear is who is to count the electors' votes and how their validity is to be determined. Over the decades, political figures and legal scholars have offered different answers to these constitutional questions. We suggest that the vice president's role is not the merely ministerial one of opening the ballots and then handing them over to whom to be counted. Though the 12th Amendment describes the counting in the passive voice, the language seems to envisage a single, continuous process in which the VEEP both opens and counts the votes. The check on error or fraud in the count is that the vice president's activities are to be done publicly, in the presence of Congress. And if counting the electors' votes is the vice president's responsibility, then the inextricably intertwined responsibility for judging the validity of those votes must also be his. If that reading is correct, then the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional. Congress cannot use legislation to dictate how any individual branch of government is to perform its unique duties. Congress could not prescribe how future Senates should conduct an impeachment trial, for example. Similarly, we think the better reading is that the Vice President Pence would decide between competing slates of electors chosen by state legislators and governors, or decide whether to count votes that remain in litigation. The role of the House. If the electoral count remains uncertain enough to deprive either Trump or Biden of a majority in the Electoral College, then the 12th Amendment orders that the House of Representatives shall choose immediately, by ballot, the president. Our nation barely avoided that outcome 20 years ago in the 2000 Florida recount and has only used it twice in our history, in 1800 and 1824. So if the disasters described above occur, then the Constitution gives the power to choose the president of the House. So it seems like Nancy Pelosi and the Dems would get to pick the winner. But not so fast, said the framers, who feared congressional control of the executive. Rather than allow a simple majority vote, the Constitution requires that the House choose the president by voting as state delegations. If the House decides the presidency, Delaware would have the same number of votes as California. This unusual process makes sense in light of the larger constitutional structure. The framers rejected the idea that Congress should pick the president, which they believed would rob the chief executive of independence, responsibility, and energy. They wanted the people to have the primary hand in choosing the president, but mediated through the states because they also feared direct democracy. Oh, democracy. You know, that thing that we always hear the Powells and folks on TV always talk about. You know, just mob rule. Thanks to Republican advantages among the states rather than the cities, the current balance of state delegations in Congress favors Republicans by 26 to 23, with Pennsylvania tied. If today's House chose the president voting by state delegations, Trump would win handily. But there is another twist. The 20th Amendment to the Constitution seats a new Congress on January 3rd, but does not begin the term of a new president until noon on January 20th. The new Congress, chosen in 2020 elections rather than the current Congress, would choose the president, even though Republicans currently have a majority of delegations. Dems have narrowed the gap after the 2016 elections. Republicans held a 32-17 advantage in state congressional delegations. If Dems can win one more congressional seat in Pennsylvania and then flip one more delegation, they could achieve a 25-25 tie in the House. Then the election would require political bargaining of the most extreme kind for the House to resolve a disputed presidential election. And so this gets very, very, very interesting really fast. And I guess I'll have to probably leave that there for the sake of time. I'll drop the link out there. But I'll say this. Knowing what we know about what is coming here in a few short days, we're going to have to be very much so on guard of the shenanigans that could play out. We already know the left has shown their hand on what they want to try and do via the Transition Integrity Project and various other games and shenanigans that they want to try and pull. They want to try and extend this process out as far as possible and use their lackeys in the media to play cover. They'll fire up their base. They'll use the BLMs and Antifas in the streets. And where will the media's attention be directed, and thusly the rest of the population's media be directed, or eyeballs be directed? Well, of course, we'll be looking at what is going on in the streets. But again, watch the left hand, not the right hand. The left hand is going to be busy behind the scenes moving ballots via truckloads and whoever else they can shovel in to where these ballots are being counted, hoping that nobody is paying attention while being distracted by what is going on in the streets. And so that is what I'll depart with here today. It's going to get very, very, very interesting. And again, as I said, we are going to have to be on guard all across this land. We're going to have to watch our polling stations. We're going to have to watch through and through to make sure that this election is not stolen in one way, shape, or form. Even by reading through this article, the chicanery that could take place in state legislatures and governors, the House of Representatives, senators, the seating of said Congress folks in that on January 3rd versus the POTUS being seated on January 20th all come to play. It's going to be chaos. and they want to try and drive us to this constitutional crisis, I believe. So that's all I got to say about that for today. Season Pixels, I see you're up.
What's going on, Breaking Spectre? How you doing, man?
What's going on?
Oh, getting ready for the new guard. 412, he is going to be joining me today, but he'll be a few minutes late. So I've got something from the Western Journal that I really appreciated from General Flynn. I'm going to start the show off with that, but not before I go ahead and launch the show opener.
All righty. Take care, man.
Take care. Thank you, Breaking. Everybody out there, hello. I see we got Red Pill Ken out there. We have EKS. We have Thomas Roberts, Keck Rangel, Vince Brown. Lots of familiar names out there today. So appreciate you guys for being here. Despite all the craziness that we've been going through as a movement these past couple weeks. But yeah, here's the new guard. Let's go ahead and play this show opener. We'll go ahead and read this op-ed from General Flynn as we wait for 412 and on to come in. Buckle up, everybody. Here we go.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice.
If fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government.
Welcome to the new guard, where Season Pixels, which is me, and 412 Anon, who will be here in a few short minutes, go through news and analyze it and kick it with you guys. I want to say thank you to everybody out there. Before we go ahead and do this, and it looks like, Adel is here. Before we go ahead and get into the news today, I want to share this amazing op-ed from General Flynn. Adel, have you checked this one out yet?
I have not. I literally have no idea what the plan is for the show today. I'm coming fresh off my show. I just want to welcome. I just hosted this over on the We the People Insider D Live as well, and we have 1,100 viewers over there joining us on D Live. So,
awesome.
Welcome to everybody watching over on We the People Insider as well. Make sure you hit at the top of the screen the view channel button up at the top, and make sure you come on over to 5x5. Come hang out with us in this chat, because I'm not looking at the chat over on We the People Insider. I'm looking at the chat on 5x5. So make sure you guys join 5x5. Follow this D Live channel as well. And let's party for the next hour. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and read these words of wisdom from our favorite People's General, General Flynn. This was posted today on the Western Journal, exclusive from General Flynn's Stand With Me, Renounce the Left, and Hold the Line on November 3rd. We are a nation founded by leaders who fought tyranny and oppression to ensure that all American citizens be treated fairly and equally across this land. These constitutional and God-given rights should never be denied, stolen, or silenced by false prosecutions or political persecutions driven by fear, hatred, or animosity. Those who scowl at the very core of our republic and act from vengeance or revenge against one of us threaten the safety and security of all of us. Never should our nation, our president, or any family or individual be so viciously targeted, maligned, smeared, and threatened as we all have felt for the past 4 years and counting. This unconscionable and seditious direct attack by ideologically driven elitists strikes at the will of the American people who ensure our very freedoms through their vote and daily selfless actions. We cannot allow the opposing leftist agenda to continue enabling the fleecing of America, peddling of connected influence for cash, looking at you, Bidens, exploiting American innovation for an elitist, self-serving purpose, wielding official power and influence as a means to ensure personal gain while exercising mass control and selling out our American ideals for ideologies to pursue what the leftists would like as quote-unquote common and normal. These all diminish the power and purpose inherent in, quote, we the people, unquote, who constitute our republic. I ask that you stand with me today in renouncing this betrayal of trust that has burdened our nation and breached the foundation of our American ideals. Let us proclaim with one united voice again across this land that we will hold the line and never allow the rightful power of the citizens of the United States of America to be uprooted, undercut, usurped, or held hostage by a coup against our nation, a duly elected president, or any future president of these United States. I want you to think about this statement for one moment. It is inconceivable that America would ever experience a coup, but that is precisely what has been happening. The events of these past 4 years are testing the will of our nation. We fight not for a government, a political party, an oligarchy, a king or a royal family, an ideology or a central committee, or to protect material possessions. As Americans, we fight for our own freedoms, for precious ideals built on a foundation of God-given rights that ensure our way of life and all around us. These are what we must be prepared to defend with our very lives. Our core American ideals and values, codified by our founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence and by the framers of our Constitution, have stood the test of time only with our support. It requires that we judiciously exercise our right to vote into office accountable officials, as well as our responsibility to question and hold these elected, appointed, and unelected officials to account. Together, all of America continues to overcome this enormous hurdle. While we may falter from time to time, we will not fail. When we do falter, we must help each other get back on our feet, dust ourselves off, and face head-on whatever lies ahead. In the breach, we continue to be relentlessly tested with false accusations, untruths, and hatred for our beliefs and for raising our voices, but we cannot be deterred, and our bonds of liberties must not break. On the strength of one link in the cable depends the might of the chain. Let the strength of your family be the first link. Add to it your neighbors, your community, and your friends. We are all one nation under God and one people, Americans. To all Americans, what we choose to do in this life should not be stopped by fear, an emotion manifested by illusion. Never allow fear into your heart or allow it to trick you. Instead, embrace uncertainty as a driving force for discovery and understanding. Accept the risk that comes with daily sacrifice. Work to overcome the sheer magnitude of life's challenges, especially during this crucible of our nation's history. Our very survival as the nation we were conceived to be, a constitutional republic, is at stake. Yes, America, we are under attack and on trial. The leftists question our greatness, our potential, and the very rights all Americans enjoy. And while we face what appear to be insurmountable odds, Patriots United will win because we are the keepers of that shining city on the hill, and we will not be deterred from accomplishing our mission and performing our duty. Despite the extraordinary challenges faced, American patriots always rise up to defend our faith, our families, our homes, our honor, and our nation. Today, perhaps more than ever before, America requires tried, true, and tested patriots to lead the way and ensure the future of our children and grandchildren. As soon as the American majority rises up in one voice to hold evil to account, that is when evil will take the easy way out and implement its escape plan. Evil will drown in a sea of accountability. When our rule of law is seriously threatened, when our thin blue line is under grave assault, when our churches and synagogues are endangered, when socialism is pounding our gates down, we must stand firm in the breach and hold all bad actors to account. Even framer Benjamin Franklin, departing the Constitutional Convention in 1787, when asked if we were a monarchy or a republic, he stated, quote, "A republic if you can keep it." Patriots, let's keep it. Send a clear, loud, and strong message to the world with our votes on November 3rd that we choose freedom. Vote in person and vote for President Donald J. Trump and every Republican on the ballot. Never has your vote been more important. As we face Election Day in this time of trial, always remember that in the end, there is only one who is the ultimate judge of our American destiny. America must forever remain, quote, one nation under God. God bless America. I just love it. Reaction on that, 412?
What a patriot. What a patriot, General Flynn is. And it just makes you, even like when you read that, it just makes you more furious the way he's being treated and railroaded by the Justice Department. I'm thankful that we have someone like General Flynn to help kind of guide patriots, help us keep our heads on straight, focused on what's important, and to remind us, what it is we're fighting for as Americans. I can't wait to see the man freed and out there, fighting for this country again in different ways. So I'm glad we started the show off with that, because there's been so much kind of darker stuff that's been happening lately. So many like different evil topics, to get into. So to kind of kick things off with something nice and upbeat like that, something so inspirational and just heartfelt, it's a really beautiful thing. So hats off to General Flynn, and we're with you all the way, sir.
Absolutely. I just wish that this huge nightmare with the Flynn case could have been over weeks and months ago. I mean, imagine the impact that General Flynn could have on everything if he wasn't bound by a gag order right now,
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason he was the target, when the administration was coming into power. There's a reason why he was the linchpin that they were going after, and it's because they knew that he knew where the bodies were buried. He was going to audit the intelligence community. He was going to go after their black budgets. He was going to expose so much of the evil and corruption that's been facilitated, covered up, and perpetrated by our intelligence community. And those are the most dangerous people on the planet to go after, because they have all the, like Chuck Schumer said, they have 6 ways to Sunday to get you back if you go after them. So General Flynn knew that he was going to be a wrecking ball to their little game. They knew it, so they tried to frame him. It backfired, and now we're kind of in this weird purgatory period where it's like Flynn's name has all but been restored. The hammer's coming for what they did to him, but we've got this little pissant in the way, but it goes by the name of Judge Emmett Sullivan, and he's really the last barrier between Flynn and the enemies of this nation. I don't think he's going to hold up for too much longer, though. I think before too much longer, we're going to see General Flynn freed and a lot more truth dropped, and hopefully some consequences as a result of that truth to follow.
Yeah, and I hope that my one hope is that after the conclusion of this giant mess in the courts, Emmett Sullivan is no longer a judge and no longer has a career in government, because he does not deserve one. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's made a complete embarrassment of the bench. He's the kind of judge that we should be, trying to eliminate, from our court system. And it's funny because from my understanding is he actually had a pretty solid reputation prior to this. But I guess, you get so far in life and you align yourself with certain people politically, eventually that's going to come with some strings attached. And I think I think we're seeing that in a big way play itself out here.
Just makes you wonder what they have on him.
Yeah. Oh, big time. Yeah. I mean, who knows? But Obama said jump, and Judge Sullivan said how high. It was pretty much straightforward like that.
Yep. So Woke Society's posted something at 5:47, and it was from the Sharp Edge on Twitter, and about an hour ago. Senator Hawley, which this guy has been kind of coming out swinging in recent months. He is trying to force a vote on Section 230. So let's go ahead and listen in to what Hawley was saying earlier. In my opinion, it's too little too soon. I think the Republicans could have gotten on this a lot sooner. But regardless, let's just go ahead and listen to what Hawley has to say here.
Now, Washington, D.C. does really well under the current arrangement, really well. Big tech works really well for Washington. Heck, big tech owns half the town. But if you're an everyday American, if you're an independent journalist, if you're a pro-life advocate, if you're somebody who doesn't have the approval of big tech, if you're somebody who doesn't have an inside track to the good graces of the tech giants, well, then the message to you is really simple. Do what tech tells you to do, or they'll silence you. No corporation should run America, and definitely not big tech. We've squandered precious time already. The tech giants have been allowed to grow too powerful, too big. Now we must act while we still have time remaining and stand up and be counted before it is too late. And now, as if in legislative session, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce be discharged from further consideration of S. 3983 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
So very good. It seems like this is kind of in response to the couple drops that we got from Project Veritas in the past few days. What do you think, Adel? I mean, do you think this is going to go anywhere, or what's going on?
It has to. It has to. These big tech companies have just way too much power. They have more power than most countries, governments, world leaders. Google search engine is 90% of how people search online. You know what's second place? YouTube, also owned by freaking Google.
Yeah.
Right? So there you have the two biggest search engines on the planet owned by one company. And if you've seen the Project Veritas videos, Pixels, I don't know if you've got that in your show prep or not, but you'll see why that is a huge problem. Mm-hmm. Then you think of Twitter and Facebook, a lot of people out there, that's how they get their news, is strolling through their feeds on these different platforms, and you have them putting their thumb on the scale, deciding what information can be shared, what conversations are okay to have, which ones aren't. Just like Holly's saying about, if you don't have the good graces of big tech, you're essentially not even a person anymore in their eyes. It's really, really disgusting. The whole thing needs to be completely ripped apart. And I think it has to. If there's any justice, if we're going to survive as a country, there needs to be a free flow of information. There can't be gatekeepers. There can't be a monopoly on the online conversation. The digital public square needs to be treated the same as the in real life one. Yep. And our First Amendment rights need to be protected through these digital platforms, and the platforms that aren't need to lose their immunity against lawsuits and legal consequences. So, yeah, I think it is coming. I don't know when. I think, to your point, Pixels, it should have been done years ago, when both chambers of Congress were controlled by the Republicans. But we have Matt Ryan and Mitch McConnell leading the way. You're not going to get a whole lot done. Now, Mitch gets a lot done with judges, but as far as like a policymaker, I don't trust that guy. And I sure as hell don't trust Paul Ryan. And I sure as hell don't trust many of the establishment Republicans now. So I like seeing Josh Hawley go in there and speak some sense as a new face, a younger face in Congress. And I hope that he stays true to the people and doesn't eventually get his message corrupted by these big tech companies too, because I think he has an opportunity to be quite a wrecking ball into their little system of control.
Absolutely. Mopar out there is saying, just getting here. Can I get the link to that op-ed? And I did. I just sent that to you there in live chat. So hopefully that opens up for you. I saw a couple comments from Thomas Roberts, and they're mentioning Alan Perot. And then I think responding to the conversation we were just having about Section 230, he's saying it's already too late for this election cycle. And this has been a concern of mine. We're expecting a huge Hunter Biden drop, right, from Giuliani. We're also expecting drops from Alan Perot, which that to me seems to have gone completely silent. And here we are, like 2 weeks from the election. What's going on? Why like for goodness sake, let's get a move on and drop this stuff, because honestly, so many people have already voted that their minds could have been changed by this stuff dropping. And it's very frustrating to me. Like, console me, Adel. Why isn't this stuff dropping?
Well, the Hunter Biden stuff is dropping. We have 2 weeks, and there is a benefit to doing this one drip at a time.
Right, but it's only the pay for play stuff that's dropping. I'm talking about
more stuff. No, I mean there's quite a bit more. I don't know if you looked at the posts today, but there's quite. I mean, there's a lot of new posts today, but there's a lot of stuff dropping as far as minors and FaceTiming and whatnot. I don't want to say too much because I want to be respectful of the 5x5 YouTube channel. And I don't want to see it get kicked off, but there's plenty of that stuff starting to drip out. See, Pixels, I don't know how familiar you are with the work of Andrew Breitbart, but he realized the value in the drip. If they were to put that whole laptop out there today, it's Russian disinformation. Joe Biden declines it, and there's no more ammunition to throw out there after the fact. It's been effectively swept under the rug. We can make a bunch of noise, but essentially you had your big punch thrown on Monday, and by Friday, the media is completely done with it. You drip out a little piece of this every day between now and November 3rd, it makes them deny it. You prove more wrong. They deny it again. Every time you do that, it's like landing another haymaker right on the chin of not only the Biden campaign, but every lamestream media reporter that goes out to protect them. And I think that's what Rudy Giuliani, the Trump campaign, I think that's what they're doing. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Every day, we're going to come and slice you somewhere different. And while you're reaching over to do something about that wound, we're going to have another piece of information ready to cut you somewhere else. And I think every day is going to be a real treat from now to the election. As far as the Alan Perot stuff goes, I'll believe that stuff when I see that stuff. What he's claiming to have, forget the election, forget the mail-in votes, forget any of that. If that is real and they bring that out, we're not worried about an election. I'm watching the whole system come down. If that stuff is actually going to get put out,
yeah,
the election's an afterthought at that point. The longer that sits out there and they delay, the more I think it's bullshit. I was really confident that was real when President Trump retweeted that little clip, but it's gone completely silent ever since then. So maybe that's a big thing that's going to come and blindside us before it's all said and done. But as of right now, as far as Alan goes, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
I don't.
And that's kind of the same stance that I'm taking. At first I was really excited about it, but then it kind of went silent, and I don't know. Maybe it was just a way to cook up a distraction, but I don't know. I'll hold out for that and give it a chance. If it comes out, it comes out, and I think that, to your point, if that comes out, it changes everything. That's that kind of the accusations in there are so lofty that I think that it's outside of the realm of DOJ and it goes into the realm of military tribunals, because it's pure and simple treason, literally having our own people in our military done away with to keep something quiet. It's just it's unconscionable.
It's a different level. This isn't spying on a campaign anymore. This isn't taking kickbacks from corrupt gas companies or using your kid as bait for pay to play. This is This is a whole different level of evil for people to come to terms with. So I don't know, man. We'll see we'll see if it comes out or not. But yeah. it's.
And speaking of whole nother level, that was my point with the Hunter Biden stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know the pay for play stuff, and it's great to see that rolling out, right, drip by drip. But I was talking about like the minor stuff, right? That they claim to have, and they have been kind of dripping that out. But it seems just like hype so far to me, right? They're hyping it up, they're getting people ready for the drop, but it actually, like, I've been hearing rumors that all these mainstream media companies, they have it and they're working with their lawyers on how they want to release it or whatever, because it's it's pretty disturbing content. But that's another thing. It's like I don't think that's going to have an impact until it actually comes out. Like, you can hype it all you want, but until the proof is in the pudding, until you actually drop it plain and simple for people to see, then it's not really going to have a real impact.
Well, yeah, and I think they're giving the Biden campaign and the media enough rope to hang themselves with this on. Right now it's all about, the main focus is the pay to play stuff, and they've hinted on this other darker stuff, right? They've hinted at it, and we've gotten hints even going back to the Bidens or the Biden family having some kind of real estate investment out near Little St. James. We've heard about about Hunter Biden and some business connections with potential human trafficking and stuff like that. Like, so we've seen little hints of what's coming, and now we're getting some more intense hints, I guess, some bigger hints, right? But it's still focused more on the pay to play angle. And I think that's, again, giving the media, they feel like they can keep people's minds off that because it's not as bombshell. So I think they're letting them hang themselves and giving them enough room to do it. And they're going to, and I think they're going to continue to do that. And my guess is, next week is where we're going to see tons of these haymakers thrown. If this stuff does all exist, next week's, I think, the week it all comes out. So we'll sit and see, and hopefully it's not all hype. But I don't think it is, man. I think we're gonna see what's inside that laptop here before the election.
I certainly hope so. All right, before I go ahead and move on to the next piece here, did you have anything that you wanted to bring up, any clips or anything?
We could play the cocaine in the Ukraine song. That's about the only clip I have right now. But
man, I would love to hear that again, dude. That made my day the other day when I saw that. I was watching your show and you played it, and I just about pissed myself laughing at that.
I've got it right here. If you guys want to play, if you want to play it,
let's see. It's not copyrighted or anything, right? So we should.
I don't think so. I mean, I think the backbeat is, but I think they've changed it up enough. I've played it on my YouTube channel 3 times already, and I don't think they haven't given me any copyright strikes or anything. So
yeah, let's go ahead and play it, and we'll just have a good laugh with everybody.
All right, it's a good palate cleanser for sure. All right, here we go.
Who you trying to mess with, Esse? Don't you know who my daddy is?
That Hunter Biden was trading on his father's office to make $50,000 a month from the Ukrainians. In October, he admitted it.
The fact that you were the son of the... Of course.
Yeah, no.
What role do you think that played?
I think that it is impossible for me to be on any of the boards that I just mentioned without saying that I'm the son of the Vice President of the United States.
Son of Joe Biden, and boy, it's tough. I put the crack in the pipe and smoke it up. I like... Every day I'm tweaking, laptop leaking, pictures of me on a cocaine bender. Quick Pro Joe got me working in the Ukraine gas company directing. The only thing I know about gas, you can huff it. Now I got $50,000 a month in my pocket. For the directors, charisma, I'm smashing. My dead brother's widow, impregnate a stripper. But nothing is better than crack cocaine when you're rich and famous in the Ukraine. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine in Ukraine. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine straight to the brain. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine in Ukraine. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine straight to the
brain. Just epic, man.
I mean, I'm gonna play that every single day from now to the election on every show that I'm on. Whoever did that. It's just so
like
good.
what tier
so
of
good.
memery do you put that in? Like we have to make a whole other like
That's god tier memery.
Speaking of god tier memery, I was up until 5 a.m. making a meme, and I was so proud of this meme. And it had to do with the Hunter Biden Kazakhstan story. I put it up on Twitter after wrestling with Twitter to get it uploaded because it was like they were blocking it. Finally, I got it up on Twitter, and they actually, like, there's nothing sensitive about it. It wasn't super inappropriate or anything, and they slapped the sensitive media thing on it. And I didn't know that they were going to do that, and I was expecting it to get so much more attention. Now, I probably can't play it here because it contains a clip from the movie Borat, and I changed it around. I added faces and everything. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to post a link to that. It's on my Twitter, and if you should still be able to like watch it, as long you just have to click through like the censorship bullcrap on Twitter. But that'll give you guys a good laugh. I spent so much time on it, and then for Twitter to do what they did with it, man, it was like a slap in the face because I spent so much time putting this stupid video together.
Let me check that out. I haven't seen that yet, so I'll let me mark that so I can take a look later after the show.
It's pretty good. It's
All right,
I don't want to toot my own meme horn, but I'm proud of it, man.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Anyways, let's go ahead and get into some more news here. President Trump has been tweeting stills from this fake and biased, in his words, 60 Minutes interview. Did you see any of that today?
No.
He's apparently saying he's like threatening to actually release the full interview, like unedited.
I did see that. Yeah, I did see that.
And I just love this, right? Like, because this is gonna give people, like, if he releases this before 60 Minutes it releases it, that it's gonna give people such a clear view of how they kind of deceptively edit this stuff, and make the president look as bad as possible. And I'm just excited about this. Here he is tweeting photos of, and this was actually pretty funny. Leslie Stahl is being handed a giant book here, and it's of all the things that President Trump has done for healthcare. And it's amazing. Like massive, and you can see her like buckling trying to hold it here. It's good stuff, man. So I hope that President Trump releases this. It's a good troll job on the media, and it just proves the point. I'm sure it'll prove the point in how they edit this stuff to try and make President Trump look bad, right?
Absolutely. I think any chance President Trump has right now to expose the media and their deceptive practices, he needs to take it, and also release it early before they even have a chance to air that shit, and see how many people actually go watch. His Twitter account has a much larger reach than anything that ABC could ever hope to do. Get that out there, kill their ratings, ruin their sponsors' day, and also expose their bullshit at the same time. I love it. I hope he does it.
Absolutely. Without a doubt. What else do I have here? Wow, we're already halfway through the show. So here's something that will make us feel a little bit better about the Hunter drops and the fact that it was blacked out across the internet by big tech. Posts reports on Hunter Biden emails thrive despite online blackout. So people are still able to find their way to the story. It says here the Post's reporting on a trove of emails detailing Hunter Biden's overseas business dealings continues to thrive online despite efforts from Twitter and Facebook to obscure the stories, data shows. An initial exclusive story published October 14th had garnered nearly 5 million views on the Post's site as of Wednesday afternoon, with over 3.25 million unique visitors, according to Parsley, a tool publishers use to track web analytics for their content. So, hey, at least it's still getting out there. Some 37.7% of that traffic came from Facebook or Twitter, despite those platforms quickly moving to restrict access to the story, citing unspecified concerns about its veracity and provenance of the information. So yeah, it's good to see that it's still getting out there, and it makes you just wonder if had Twitter and Facebook not done this censorship move, how big of a story would this have been? Would it have been up to 5 million views, or already had 5 million views, but would it be up to 10, 20? I mean, what are we thinking?
I think Twitter helped it.
You
There were
think so?
there were news. Here's how dumb they are is Twitter censors it, right? And then you have every mainstream news source out there write an article about how Twitter censored this story. What do you think people are going to do? They're going to go look at the damn story. It's called the Streisand effect, and these morons have yet to figure this concept out. If there's something they don't like and they make a big deal of it, people are going to go look. You're piquing curiosity in people. So by Twitter saying and not even saying the story was false or misleading,
right?
They said it was private or hacked information. So they legitimized the content of the information, told people they didn't want people looking at it, made a big deal about it, and then all of their idiot friends in the Mockingbird media went and made that the story, telling everybody in the world that there is a super secret but true story that we don't want you to look at. Please don't go find it.
Yeah.
Idiots. It's
the same thing, right? That they've been doing for a long time. It's like every time they make an effort to quash our efforts, they legitimize us, right?
Yeah, it's hilarious. And our buddy out there on 8kun, he never said that these people were smart. That was never the saying. He never told us that these people are smart. So we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. What else do I have? I do have a huge stack of news, but I'm trying to get to the stuff that's that I see as most important. Here we go. Let's go ahead and do a story here from the Gateway Pundit on absentee ballots. So this is something that is really ticking me off, seeing these court rulings having to do with the election. They're doing everything they can to basically change the date of the election, to muddy the waters, to confuse everybody, and they're doing everything they can to make sure that a clear winner is not announced on the 3rd, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can talk all day about why, but let's go ahead and let's talk about what's happening here. North Carolina appeals court rules absentee. I just read that totally wrong. A North Carolina appeals court rules absentee ballots can come in until November 12th. November 12th. What is that, like 9 days after the election? Yep. On September 22nd, North Carolina joined Michigan and Pennsylvania in allowing ballots to flow in for up to 9 days after the November 3rd election. This is unheard of and invites massive fraud, which is something Democrats are hoping for, obviously. On September 28th, the Trump campaign sued to block North Carolina's new mail-in ballot rules. On Wednesday, the Fourth Circuit of Appeals ruled in favor of the new law that allows ballots to trickle in for 9 days after the election. Why only 9 days? Why not 20 days? Why not until Christmas? The Fourth Circuit Court won't say. The ballots must be mailed in before Election Day. The Daily Caller reported the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of the North Carolina State Board of Elections on Tuesday, allowing it to count absentee ballots that arrive before November 12th, as long as they were postmarked by November 3rd. All ballots must be mailed on or before Election Day, said Circuit Judge James Wynn in the court's 12-3 ruling. The change is simply an extension from 3 to 9 days after the Election Day for a timely ballot to be received and counted. That is all. And really, in that quote, they're acting like it's not a big deal and it's not going to change anything. Utter bullcrap, dude. I'm so sick and tired of these corrupt, compromised, dirty judges legislating from the bench and changing the rules of the election literally weeks before it happens. They're obviously working in cohorts with the Democrats who want nothing more but to make this election a ridiculous, confused, contrived, jumbled process just so they can inject more fraud into the situation. That's how I see it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they know that they're cooked as far as a legitimate election would basically eradicate the Democrat Party and all their philosophies from this country. If we got one vote per citizen, I don't think they might win they might win Hawaii and like Vermont or Delaware, some of those super liberal states. But they wouldn't. I mean, as far as like your Senate and your Congress, I mean, those would be super majority red. You would never have another Democrat president again. It would be a total red wash across the country if we ever had a real legitimate election in this country, and they know that. So they're just trying to tilt the board in any way they can, to throw some doubt on this election, to make things fall their way. But I think that they're so far behind, and there's still so much ammo left in the Trump campaign's armory, that by the time November 3rd comes around, it's not going to matter. You're going to see such a huge lead in some of these states that they're not going to have much choice but just to concede. A lead big enough that they could collect votes for 2 months and they might not catch up to Trump is what I think is coming. So we'll see. I don't think for a second that President Trump is caught off guard, or the Trump campaign is caught off guard by these rulings or this strategy on the left by any stretch of the imagination. So I think that there's most likely plans and safeguards in place. So I wouldn't panic over this stuff. As much as it gets your blood boiling and your heart rate going, and that feeling of anxiety creeping up inside you, do your best to quell that. There's nothing you can really do about it anyway. Your only job is to show up in person, cast your ballot, and that's it. And then just to kind of enjoy the show, meme away, share articles, hang out with us on the live streams, and just kind of enjoy the next couple of weeks. I don't think you'll ever have a 14-day period. Or how long do we have? What's the exact, let me look, the exact time. We have 13 days, 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 50 seconds as of this very moment. I don't think you'll ever have a 13-day period like you're going to have from now to the election again in your entire life. So enjoy it. Take it all in.
I can only hope that you're right. And if the stuff that has been hyped up is actually going to be dropping before the 3rd, then I think you are right. Somebody out there was mentioning something really interesting to me, and I actually noticed somebody else commented the same thing, or the same idea, I guess, on last night's Stormwatch. Mariel Nazak out there said, and I hope I didn't butcher your name, I apologize if I did, said, I found that there is a harrisclinton2020.com domain. I'm not technically inclined. Can anyone determine when it was purchased? And somebody else was asking about this last night, like I said, on Stormwatch. You'd have to plug it into like a reverse domain lookup to see when it was purchased. It could just be a farce. Somebody could have just bought the domain for whatever reason, or it could be the Democrat Party, right? And I guess anticipation of what's going to drop on the Bidens coming up here soon. Maybe it's so close to the election. I can't imagine they do a switcheroo and put Clinton on the ticket, but considering the possibility of what's dropping on the Bidens, I guess I don't want to completely leave that out. I mean, what do you think, Edel? I mean, is this possible?
Until November 3rd happens, I think anything's possible. And I don't put anything past the Democrat Party. I mean, these are the dirtiest players in the game. These Democrats are. So nothing would shock me. It wouldn't shock me if it happened Tuesday morning, the morning of November 3rd, that all of a sudden, it's a different ticket. But I think they've painted themselves into a corner here. You think they can successfully change candidates at the last minute? Hell no, absolutely not. I think that this might have been the plan all along, is to get them locked into Biden and then destroy him, absolutely destroy him, a week out from the election, and not give the Democrats any time to react or work against it. Just end it before it even starts.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if that happened, man, can you imagine the reaction across the country if something like that happened? It would literally be the first time in history, in American history, that something at that level happened during an election. So it would be really, really, really interesting to watch that go down. The next thing I've got, and we've got about 15 minutes or so left in the show here. The last thing I've got today is from the Western Journal, and it's about Kamala Harris, who obviously she's running to be, vice president under Joe Biden. Months before a legal MS-13 gang member murdered family, Kamala Harris failed to prosecute him. Democratic vice presidential nominee Senator Kamala Harris of California failed to prosecute a known gang member and illegal immigrant who went on to murder a man and 2 of his sons in 2008. The gang member, Edwin Ramos, had been arrested 3 months before the killings. Harris, who was the San Francisco district attorney at the time, had a chance to stop Ramos. According to SF Gate, police had warned her that he was a known MS-13 gang member with multiple run-ins with the law. MS-13, believed to have been founded as a neighborhood street gang in Los Angeles in the mid-1980s by immigrants fleeing a civil war in El Salvador, has been responsible for various gruesome medieval-style murders in the city and elsewhere. And I'm not going to put it lightly, guys. MS-13 is Hispanic ISIS. That's exactly what they are. They are horrible, horrible people. They're freaking animals, as President Trump said it, and I'm not ashamed to say that. It's not about race. It's about what they do as people and who they are. Ramos was arrested in San Francisco on March 30th, 2008, when police pulled him over and a passenger in his car, Eric Lopez, fled and attempted to discharge a gun. Authorities concluded the gun had been used in a double killing, according to SF Gate. Police identified both men as active members of MS-13 and notified San Francisco prosecutors, who declined to file charges against Ramos. While he was in custody, sheriff's deputies discovered that Ramos was deportable, but they were forced to let him go. If I continue reading this, I'm going to get pissed off here. So just, she failed. She failed to do something that literally every prosecutor in this country should have absolutely no problem doing. Why is it that the Democrats are so cozy with organizations like MS-13? What is the deal, man?
It's their like military arm. Same reason they're cozy with Antifa, the radical Black Lives Matter movement, all of it, man. This is what they do. They get into these cozy relationships with people like that, and they use them as their muscle. They pretend like they're not a problem. They'll call MS-13 dreamers. They call Antifa peaceful protesters. It's a joke. It's word magic with a little bit of misdirection. And these people are what they rely on to, enforce their nonsense out in the streets is MS-13's, Antifa, and things like that. So that's why.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand we just got a new drop. We obviously here on YouTube, we can't cover that stuff. But I will summarize it. It says the swamp runs deep, sleepers everywhere, think coats, wheels in motion. And then that post back when an anonymous said Ray is a sleeper, and then who replied future markers. So more stuff on Ray. What do you think? I mean, without getting too risque or whatever, 412, what do you think about Ray? I mean, where are we at now? Because I'm extremely, extremely disappointed in Ray, and I'm hoping every day that he just steps down and lets somebody come in that can do the freaking job.
Yeah, disappointed is months ago. Now I'm disgusted with the man. He's another swamp creature. I mean, one of these people who, I don't know if President Trump put him in there to serve a role like similar to Gina Haspel, because they're kind of similar situations. I don't know if he put him in there knowing that this is who they were, and he needed to buy time anyway for Durham and other things to progress. Or if he, honestly thought these people were going to do differently than what they're doing now. But, there's this culture in these agencies to protect the agency above all else, even above serving the people that they're sworn to serve. And I think Ray and Haspel, and there's probably a few others out there, that fall into that category, to where they see the corruption, they see the problems, and they're afraid that if they expose the actions of their agency in the past, it'll harm it going forward and harm people's trust in it. But it's such a backwards way of thinking. If I wanted people to trust the FBI and I'm a new director and I see things that they were doing wrong prior to my tenure, I'm going in there and exposing all that stuff. And I'm starting on a fresh foot of transparency and being on the up and up. And Christopher Wray missed a huge opportunity to do that. So I think he's got to go. And, I would love to see like the likes of a Sidney Powell or you know, just a real bulldog put into that spot, someone that's not going to take shit and could care less about the reputation of the agency, that just wants to get the truth out to the people. So yeah, you know, I just think he needs to go, and someone who isn't a FBI fanboy, for a lack of a better way of saying it, gets put in there so they can do what's right by the people. And what's right by the people, honestly, is dismantling the FBI, you know, completely dismantling it. It's an unconstitutional agency. It shouldn't even exist to begin with. It does not do the work of the people. It's only, I mean, it's almost as evil as the CIA, and we all know how that is. So, you know, hopefully we get some people in there that'll expose the crimes of these agencies, and hopefully that'll lead to the entire dismantling of them, and we can replace them with something a little bit more constitutional, and a little bit more for the people rather than for the shadow government.
Well, one of the most ridiculous and surprising and disgusting things that I've heard about the FBI recently is that the computer repairman, the shop owner that had Hunter Biden's laptop, when he turned it over to the FBI, he was threatened to say to keep his mouth shut about it. They actually told him nothing will happen to you as long as you keep your mouth shut about Biden. Something like that from an FBI agent, it makes me want to see like you said, the entire FBI just dismantled. And the fact that they'd had this since like last year and we're sitting on it tells you something else as well, that they're actively, just like the mainstream media, they're actively covering for the Bidens during this election season. So it just it truly pisses me off.
It's the most powerful law
agency is like,
yeah, so well, it's the most powerful law enforcement agency that the country has, and they're playing politics. I mean, it's completely messed up. It shouldn't be happening. You know, they should be as apolitical gets. It shouldn't matter if you're a Democrat with the most progressive policies, or if you're a Republican, you know, with the most conservative policies, or a strict constitutional. It shouldn't matter. In the eyes of the law, we're all supposed to be treated the same, and it's just clearly not the case. You know, I think we're moving in the right direction. I think that eventually we'll get there. But again, still to this day, right now, that two-tier justice system is alive and well, unfortunately. And it's not, I don't want to say it's not going anywhere, but as long as the Christopher Wrays and Gina Haspels and folks like that remain in positions of power, it's not going anywhere. It isn't. These people are political pawns. You know, Christopher Wray has no problem getting in front of Congress and opining on the dregs and danger of white supremacy, but he can't go as far as to talk about you know, the dangers of Antifa. That's politics. Neither group is good. They're both dangerous. One aligns with a deep state narrative. The other one aligns with the president. You know, you can show your impartiality by equally condemning both, and he fails to do that kind of thing, and it's pathetic. And now we're learning that he kept the laptop, or maybe they kept the laptop away from the public during the impeachment scandal. I mean, come on. This is subversion. This isn't right. You know, Ray not only needs to be resigned, but if this is true, if he's complicit in keeping this information away from the public during critical points in our history, the man needs to be treated as like a traitor, I think. Criminally on some level. You know, I don't think he should just be able to resign into obscurity and that be that. I think there needs to be some kind of consequence if he's actively working to cover up criminal activity for political gain or political reasons while heading up the most powerful law enforcement agency in the country. It's absurd. Sorry to babble so much on that, Pixels, but it's just ridiculous.
You're fine. Another point that you brought to my mind is that President Trump actually signed an executive order, and I can't remember when this was or what it was called, but it was an executive order that said no information can remain classified for the purposes of politics or for avoiding embarrassment to an agency, so on and so forth. He signed
by Obama,
and the fact that you have people in direct violation of that executive order, like, where's the consequences for that? Like, are there literally no consequences for literally going against a direct order from the commander in chief? It's ridiculous to me.
There shouldn't be consequences because executive orders are unconstitutional and complete and utter nonsense. So honestly, no. Anything.
But if the other side, rules by them, then why can't we benefit from them as well? I think that's.
I think that's the tack that President Trump's taking right now. Is look, if these powers exist and I can use them to restore some sense of this republic back to normal, then I'm going to use them. But I think if you ask President Trump to a man, he hates using them because it's not how the three branches of government are supposed to interact. I'd like to see it get back to a point where, the legislative branch writes laws, not think tanks, not the judiciary, not the executive branch. It's the legislative branch. It's these assholes in Congress who refuse to do their job. They give their power to think tanks and agencies and in the executive branch, and no one in Congress wants to be held accountable for anything to the voters. So they parlay off all of that power, throw their hands up like they can't do anything about the current situation, then go take your donations for their campaigns while they drive us into a socialist hellhole. It's a complete joke. So yeah, President Trump, he should use executive powers right now, or executive orders right now, because Congress is a lost and dead branch of government as far as I'm concerned. And you need to have someone, working for the people. But in the long term, it's a precedent and practice that needs to be stopped. It needs to go completely away. It's not, we don't have a monarchy. We don't have a king. You can't just have decrees and, with the swipe of a pen, change the rules. It's not how this works.
No, it does fly in the face of the separation of powers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, it's Congress. Congress has allowed this to happen. If you want to know why our government is so effed up, it's because Congress has been derelict of duty for a long time.
And they've been beholden to other people other than the American people.
Yeah, like everything like all of the legislative power has been given away to think tanks, agencies. I mean, we just saw in that hearing about online conspiracy theories, we'll call it, Adam Schiff and his numbskull panelists that he invited and his numbskull Democrat colleagues, they're sitting there advocating for a new agency with legislative power to police the internet. A literal ministry of truth.
Yeah.
So here you have a congressman, arguably one of the more powerful congressmen, advocating to have Congress give up their one duty to an agency that would live in the executive branch to police the internet.
Yeah, and police all of our speech.
And this
right there, if that happened, that would be the literal death of our First Amendment rights.
Oh, absolutely. But the point is that this is how Congress operates. If they give away all their legislative power, they can't be held responsible for any of the crap that they allow to happen on their watch. And that's how they stay in office for 40 freaking years at a time. It's a joke.
So something mildly interesting to close the show off on that I just found, also from the New York Post, which is quickly becoming one of my favorite publications, by the way. NASA teases exciting new discovery coming about the moon next week. Well, very interesting. Are they going to throw another bomb on the election season and announce that there's an alien military base on the moon? Come on, man. What is going on?
I don't know, man. The moon is fascinating. I don't want to get all woo-woo on you guys, but the moon is one of those things that absolutely fascinates me.
Well, we only ever see one side of it, right?
The size of it doesn't make sense. Its orbit doesn't make sense. Its shape doesn't make sense. There's so much about the moon that doesn't make sense. In fact, it makes more sense to say that the moon is some kind of illusion than truly explain its existence. If you ever seen Crow 777's lunar wave video, it's extremely spooky. The moon is a mystery to me, and I don't believe anything NASA's ever said. So I don't know. I don't believe anything that's going to come out of this publication either. But the moon is one of those very, very mysterious things to me. And I get made fun of by my friends in real life all the time because they'll catch me staring up at the moon, and they know I have weird theories on it. So I get called Mr. Moon Cheese all the time by my friends because I have those ideas. But yeah, I wonder what they're gonna put out there on that. That's gonna be interesting.
The only tease that they put out was its efforts to learn about the moon in support of deep space exploration. So what that could mean, I have absolutely no idea, but I'm excited to see it. I am mildly interested by that stuff as well. So, also, we are on D Live right now. Adel was, kind enough to host us over there, and 5x5 is on there as well. Soko will probably post a link there in live chat a few more times. Literally, we have 3 more to go to our goal for subscribers on D Live. So if we can make that happen tonight, we would be super, super appreciative of that. And also, Adel, I know that you've been watching the D Live chat. Have any diamonds or lemons or anything come in so we can give those people a shout out?
There are lemons that have come in. I'll go ahead and read off our top 10 supporters. We'll just do it that way. So Magnetti, Biker Granny, Suji, DSS Soup Sandwich, Gene Bean, Thumper Rose, Chikawaski, Go Dog Go, Decoded 1964, and B Pliskin are our top 10. Magnetti being number 1. So thank you guys all very much for supporting 5x5. And if you're watching over on my channel and you haven't hit that visit channel at the top of the live stream and followed 5x5, I'm mad at you. I'm very mad at you for not doing that, because there's a lot of work that goes in this channel. Hell, I hang out here once a week, so all you should too. Make sure you guys go follow 5x5 Network. It's very much appreciated.
Very good. Before we close out the stream, did you have anything else that you wanted to mention today?
Come hang out with us over on WTPI tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We have a hell of a show planned. Got Brendan Dilley and quite frankly joining me for the first hour of it, and then we're going to cut the YouTube stream and bring in probably one of the most notorious YouTube outlaws there are. Zach, the corruption detector. Red Pill 78 is going to hang out the last half hour on the alt platform after party. That's the plan, if you can get all of his stuff done before then. So we'll keep you guys posted, but it's going to be a good time tomorrow. I expect a large crowd and just a lot of really good fun conversation. So hopefully our YouTube will still be around. We'll be able to continue dodging the sniper fire till then. And we'll catch you guys all tomorrow. But that's it for me. Live chat, I love you guys. Thank you to everyone tuning in, regardless of where you did it. Really appreciate everyone out there. And we'll catch you guys on tomorrow's show.
Absolutely. So this has been the New Guard here on the 5x5 Network. I hope you guys all enjoyed the stream from the bottom of my heart. We want to thank you all for being here wherever you're at, whatever platform. There are many ways that you can support us here on 5x5. We have a PayPal tips link. We have a Teespring store. We've got a P.O. box if you want to send us something, that would be cool. We also have the join function here on YouTube. You can join as a member of the channel. You get some cool perks. You get to be one of the cool guys here on the 5x5 Network. And that's right next to the subscribe button. We also have the super chats on, so on and so forth. So if you really, really like what we do here at the 5x5 Network, those are your options for supporting us and keeping us on the air here. Also, if you can't donate to us or in any way, just make sure you hit that like button and share the stream. We want to keep increasing the numbers. We work really hard here to bring you guys the news and analysis, and not to be fake news. So with all that being said, this has been the New Guard here on the 5x5 Network, and there is more to come. As more stuff comes out, I'm planning on doing more and more work here in the evenings and late nights with Stormwatch. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And yeah, without any further ado, we're going to go ahead and close it off. Much love to you guys out there, and thank you all for being here. Bye.